a fun initial sound quiz during the program. 6 people who get the right answer will receive special gift. So please stay with us until the end of event. 이번 공식 유튜브 채널에서 실시간 방송이 나갈 예정이 있습니다. 행사 중간에 초성 퀴즈 이벤트가 또한 준비가 되어 있는데요. 맞추신 여러분께 선물이 있으니까 여러분 행사 끝까지 관심 주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 for English. 내외 귀빈 여러분, 잠시 후 10시부터 2025 WHO 협력 재활 포럼 Aging Evolution of Rehabilitation이 시작이 됩니다. 참석자 여러분께서는 안내에 따라 편안히 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 오늘 포럼은 동시 통역으로 진행이 되며 통역기는 테이블 위에 있습니다. 한국어는 1번 채널, 영어는 2번 채널을 이용해 주시기 바랍니다. 행사가 원활히 진행될 수 있도록 휴대전화는 무음으로 설정해 주시기를 부탁드립니다. Before we start the forum, please look around and find the exit or emergency exit closest to your seat. If there is an emergency, please follow the step and move quickly to the safe place. 또한 포럼 시작 전 내빈 여러분께서는 본인 좌석 위치에서 가장 가까운 출구 및 비상구를 확인해 주시길 바라며 비상 상황 발생 시 직원의 안내에 따라 안전한 곳으로 신속하게 대피하시길 바랍니다. This forum will broadcast live on the official YouTube channel. We also have a fun initial sound quiz during the program. 6 people who get the right answer will receive special gift. So please stay with us until the end of event. 이번 공식 유튜브에서 실시간 방송이 나갈 예정입니다. 행사 중간에 초성 퀴즈 이벤트가 준비되어 있는데요. 맞추신 6분께는 선물이 준비되어 있으니까요. 행사 끝까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. Good morning, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 WHO Cooperation International Forum. I'm So-Young Kim, your MC for today's meaningful occasion. 안녕하십니까? 보건복지부 국민재활원이 주최하는 2025 WHO 협력 재활 포럼 에이징 앤 어보션 리허빌리테이션에 참석해주신 내외 기분께 깊은 감사의 말씀드립니다. 저는 8년 만에 이 영광스러운 자리에서 다시 인사드립니다. 오늘 진행을 맡은 아나운서 김소영입니다. 반갑습니다. 오늘 함께하고 계시는 2025 WHO
At today's 2025 WHO Cooperation Rehabilitation Forum, we will explore the theme Aging and the Evolution of Rehabilitation, examining the paradigm shift in rehabilitation in an aging society, and we will discuss effective strategies. The opening ceremony, keynote speech, and session 1 and 2, and expert panel discussion will be preceded. We honor to have many distinguished experts with us today. Let me introduce the main guests and today's speakers. Please give them a big round of applause as their names are called. We have Dr. Kang Yoon-gyu, President of NRC. And Honorable Han Ji-ah, she's going to greet through the video. And we have Ms. Judy Ann Mills, Rehabilitation Technical Officer from the WHO Regional Office for WHRO, and Professor Im Jae-young from Bundang Seoul National University Hospital, and Mr. Song Won-kyung, Director at the National Rehabilitation Center. Thank you for being with us. Dr. Iris Chen from the Hong Kong Society for Rehabilitation Center. Welcome. And Dr. Woo Bong-sik, Director of IM Rehabilitation Hospital. And last but not least, Professor Yong-eun Shin from Busan National University Hospital. Once he arrives, I will introduce him one more time. Thank you for joining us. And we are also joined by high-level delegates from Cambodia who are currently participating in an invitational training program hosted by the NRC. Please welcome them. With both domestic and international experts gathered here today, we believe today's forum will serve as a meaningful opportunity to share insights. Please stay with us until the end of the forum and make the most of these valuable opportunities. And this forum is also being broadcast live through the official YouTube channel of the National Rehabilitation Center. For those joining us online via YouTube, you can download the forum proceedings by clicking the link provided in the YouTube description. And in order to attract your attention during the break, we will have a consonant quiz that only those who have been listening closely to today's presentations and who will be able to answer. First, now let us invite President Yoon Kyu-kwang of the NRC to deliver the opening remarks. He has been leading the NRC, leaving a significant mark on national rehabilitation policy and research development. He has also developed his efforts to improve the quality of life and healthy aging of people with disabilities. And he has been quite active in establishing global networks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello, good morning. I am Yoon Kyu-kwang, President of NRC. It is my great pleasure to host the 8th WHO Cooperation International Forum themed Aging and Evolution of Rehabilitation. We welcome and express our sincere gratitude to all our attendees. We also thank National Assembly member Jia Han, and appreciation goes to Judy and Miles, Technical Officer at the WHO WPRO, and Dr. Iris Chen from the Hong Kong Society for Rehabilitation Center. I sincerely appreciate your attendance. And special thanks goes to Professor Jae-young Lim from the Bundang Seoul National University Hospital, Director Won Kyung-song at the NRC, and Hospital Director Bong Si-gu of IM Rehabilitation Hospital, and additionally, Professor Young-sil Shin from Yangsan Busan National University Hospital. Thank you for joining us. Furthermore, our sincere gratitude goes to online presenters, No Young-ju from Tan Tak Song Hospital in Singapore and Dr. Christopher Paulus from Australia. Since its designation in 2017 as the first WHO Collaborating Center for Rehabilitation in Korea, the WHO Cooperation International Forum has served as a vital platform for networking and collaboration with both Korea and the Western policy region. At this forum, we aim to explore new directions for rehabilitation in response to our rapidly aging society and jointly discuss effective measures to improve the functional abilities and enhance the quality of life for the elderly. We hope this forum will be a meaningful platform for advancing rehabilitation services for the elderly. Furthermore, we sincerely hope that today's forum with the HO, healthcare, and rehabilitation experts, the world will lead to even closer coordination and stronger collaborative framework among Korea, WHO, and surrounding countries in the Western Pacific region. Once again, we sincerely thank all our honored guests, both domestic and international, our presenters, and the dedicated staff who prepared this event for joining us today despite your busy schedules. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very insightful speech. Please give him a big round of applause once again. Next, we will watch a congratulatory video from Representative Han Jia, a member of the National Assembly. She has been deeply committed to enhancing public health and welfare through various legislative initiatives and policy proposals. She has been particular dedication to addressing the medical rehabilitation challenges of aging society. She worked as a WHO's Director for Aging and Long-Term Care. So she laid the foundation for a healthier, more sustainable future. Let's take a moment to watch her congratulatory video. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Distinguished guests from home and abroad and all the staff who prepared this forum, I'm delighted to greet you. I'm Han Jia, a member of the National Assembly. I sincerely congratulate on the National Assembly's launch of the 2025 WHO Cooperation International Forum. Under the theme of aging and evolution of rehabilitation, my gratitude should go to the President Kang Eun-kyu and all the staff leading up to this event, and sincere thanks to all the presenters and panel chairs. The National Rehabilitation Center is Korea's sole national central institution for rehabilitation and is a leading expert organization. Furthermore, it has fostered international cooperation and global networking in the field of rehabilitation as a WHO collaborating center. I applaud your efforts and achievements thus far. This forum serves as a meaningful occasion to jointly consider the role and future direction of rehabilitation. Our society is rapidly aging. In response, rehabilitation is evolving as a core element for maintaining the quality of life and fostering the independent and dignified old age. Particularly, the theme suggests the concept of rehabilitation must expand into prevention, recovery, and continuum of life. This aligns with WHO's emphasis for value of health for all. And we will now embrace these changes by strengthening the institutional foundation for expanded rehabilitation medical infrastructure and community-based rehabilitation services for all the elderly. I hope today's forum will serve as a platform for domestic international experts to gather their wisdom. Once again, I congratulate on the successful hosting of WHO's Cooperation International Forum. Thank you. Thank you for this congratulatory message. Please give a big round of applause once again. Now, we will take a moment for group photo with our distinguished guests from home and abroad. So I kindly ask the presenters, director from the National Rehabilitation Center to come forward to stage as guided by the staff. So distinguished guests, please follow the direction of the staff. They will usher to the stage.
여러분께서 박수를 쳐주시면 더욱더 여러분 예쁜 사진.
Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Please return to your seats. Now, we will begin the keynote speech of the forum. Today's keynote address will be delivered by Professor Yong-ju Ro, head at Tan Tock-sung Hospital. He is a leading expert in the field of neurorehabilitation, having led extensive research on functional recovery for patients with stroke and traumatic brain surgery. Today, he will present on the topic Paradigm Shift in Rehabilitation in a Super-Aged Society. Although he could not be with us in person today, he kindly prepared a video message for this occasion. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
A rehabilitation physician in Singapore. Thanks for the invitation for me to share about paradigm shift in rehabilitation from hospital to community in an aged society like Singapore. Pardon for not being able to be physically there together with all of you to interact because of some clinical commitments. My talk today, of course, this is a WHO forum, so I'll first touch on very briefly on WHO Rehabilitation 2030, the call for action, and the 10 priority areas. Then I will talk briefly about Singapore aging population and also rehabilitation needs. Then spend the bulk of the talk talking about paradigm shift in rehabilitation from hospital to community in our local setting, and also considerations for future rehabilitation care. I think all of you are quite familiar with the WHO Rehabilitation Call for Action. Globally, 1 in 3 people will benefit from rehabilitation, and this initiative draws attention to the profound unmet need for rehab worldwide, and also highlights the importance of strengthening health systems to provide rehabilitation. This initiative really marks a new strategic approach that rehab should be available for all the population and through all stages of life course, and efforts should be directed towards strengthening that to support health systems and integrating rehab into all levels of healthcare, as is an essential health service for achieving universal health coverage. Especially with the aging populations and the increase in the number of people living with chronic disease, it should be a priority health strategy for the 21st century that uniquely contributes to optimizing population functioning. The 10 priority areas I will just briefly go through is that of leadership, in having strong leadership and political support for rehab, planning and implementation including emergencies, integration into the health sector, universal health coverage as I mentioned just now, and also service delivery models that progressively achieve equitable access to quality services. Then there would be workforce, developing a strong multidisciplinary rehabilitation workforce. Financing is also very important through appropriate mechanisms. And the health information system should also be relevant to rehabilitation to enhance health information systems, including system-level rehabilitation data and information. The research capacity should also be built to expand the availability of robust evidence for rehab, and also establish and strengthen the network and partnerships in rehabilitation, particularly between low, middle, and high-income countries. Now I'll talk about Singapore aging population. It's similar to worldwide countries like Japan, Spain, even in Korea. Singapore is currently aged, and by 2030, Singapore will have more than 900,000 seniors aged 65 and above. In more detail, an estimated 1 in 4 Singapore citizens will be aged 65 and above, and every senior above 65, there will be about 2.7 working adults only in our population. And though Singapore is small, but there's an estimated 83,000 seniors that will be living alone, and about 100,000 of them will have at least mild disability. That means requiring assistance with at least one activity of daily living. And in Singapore, the key concerns associated with aging includes declining physical and mental health, the ageist attitude, fear of how perception of seniors as having fixed mindset and being less open to new ideas, and also raising cost of living, and lack of familiarity with technology to stay connected and engaged in this technology era. This slide shows the estimated prevalence of physical frailty in Singapore is about 16%, and at least 55%, which clinical frailty scale of 3 are at risk of becoming frail, is expected to grow as Singapore population ages. This slide shows the distribution of disability adjusted life years by broad cause, and you can see that these are the key areas that cause disability, including cancer, cardiovascular disease, musculoskeletal disorders, mental disorders, and you'll see neurological disorders there too. And the employment rate of persons with disability is also not great. So that's why we're trying to improve rehabilitation for these patients in order for them to go back to work for those that is able to. The burden of disease in this slide shows that it's mainly musculoskeletal and neurological, and you can see that they actually is one of the most common disorders that cause disability. Yeah, you can see musculoskeletal disorders, then neurological disorders and others. This slide shows for neurological disorder like stroke, we are currently having more and more stroke patients, nearly 10,000 new stroke patients a year in Singapore. And the direct cost of really servicing these patients and the direct cost to the healthcare system, is about $1.6 billion. And the indirect cost is estimated at 3.8 billion, which is how the family, the need for caregiver will actually be needed because there is productivity loss of paid work replacement due to premature death, and cost of disability due to reduced productivity. Now the bulk of the talk will be divided into 8 areas that we'll talk about from how Singapore do a paradigm shift in rehabilitation from hospital to community. First, we'll talk about the policy and strategic frameworks that have happened in Singapore in the recent 10 years. First is the Falls Prevention Guidelines is issued by our Health Promotion Board and Ministry of Health, providing national standards for assessment and multi-component interventions, including strength, balance, home safety, vision checks in elderly rehabilitation programs. We also have the Action Plan for Successful Aging, which is in 2015 and refreshed 2 years ago in 2023. It provides a whole government blueprint to enable seniors to age actively and independently, and emphasizes prevention, rehabilitation, and re-enablement as key pillars. The 2023 one, 2 years ago, refreshed, expanded focus on healthier aging, lifelong learning, and senior-friendly communities, ensuring rehabilitation and functional recovery are central to elder care. And we also have this Healthier SG white paper. It's a national strategy to shift healthcare towards preventive care and closer integration between primary care, community services, and hospitals. For seniors, this means earlier interventions for frailty, falls, and chronic conditions, with rehab embedded into primary and community care pathways. This is a slide showing the algorithm for assessing fall risk in older adults living in the community from our Fall Prevention Guidelines in 2015. I think many of you are quite familiar with this on how to identify patients or elderly with history of recurrent falls. Then through whether they have gait or balance issues and all, to actually determine the fall risk, and then we can give them multifactorial intervention. So this is what we are trying to educate different healthcare professionals in how we can assess fall risk in older adults living in a community and give them correct and very timely multifactorial intervention. Then as for the Refresh Action Plan for seniors, as I mentioned briefly just now, we focus on the 3 C's. Care, about empowering seniors to take charge of their physical and mental well-being through preventive health, active aging programs, and care services. We also look at contribution and enable seniors to continue contributing their knowledge and expertise by enhancing the learning, volunteerism, and employment landscapes. Also connectiveness, support seniors to age in the community well within an inclusive built environment and digital landscape while staying connected to society and their loved ones. The action plan also summarizes some of the key initiatives and targets we hope to achieve in the next 5 years on active aging and leading healthy, happy lives, family support, to having more parks and gardens in Singapore, manage dementia well, have senior-friendly support for them, implement 50 silver zones by 2025, which is this year, then volunteering and learning, and also end of life and pre-planning care. For Healthier SG, as mentioned, we have a white paper. We hope to really aim towards some of this. That means with 5 new polyclinics of primary care open since 2017, then acute care, we hope to increase the public hospital capacity by almost 30%, and also have more nursing home beds. But of course, we cannot keep on growing. That's why we are also doing preventive care to prevent elderly from needing this. Then we also come up with a short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans of how we want to achieve healthier SG together. Then next, we talk about expansion of infrastructure for rehabilitation. Singapore has progressively expanded community hospital capacity with a few community hospitals that are listed here. This hospital provides subacute, geriatric-focused rehabilitation for deconditioning, falls, fractures, and multi-mobility. So therapy spaces are also designed for functional retraining, mobility restoration, and also ADL practice. As for day rehabilitation center, they are operated by a voluntary organization, hospitals, and community partners offering intensive outpatient rehab for elderly patients recovering from stroke, hip fractures, or frailty-related decline. And they have different therapy services, including physio, occupational therapies, speech therapy, and group exercise programs. As for home-based rehabilitation for individuals that is unable to step out of their house to day rehabilitation centers, the Agency of Integrated Care that I'll talk about briefly in the subsequent slides funds and coordinates home therapy services, ensuring elderly who are free or homebound can receive physiotherapy and occupational therapy at home at least. And this reduces hospital readmission and supports aging in place. As mentioned just now, AIC, which is the Agency for Integrated Care, was established in 2009 to coordinate across acute, primary, community, and long-term care. And this supports transitions of elderly patients from hospitals to community hospitals, nursing homes, day rehab centers, and home therapy. They provide caregiver training and planning support for home modifications, mobility aids, and rehab equipment. They're also linked to financial support schemes like some of them that is listed here, that is unique to Singapore, and ensures continuity of rehabilitation, especially after major events like stroke or fracture. Also in Singapore, even we are very small, we actually split ourselves into 3 regional health systems. And each cluster was tasked to build integrated care networks with community hospitals and elder care providers. Rehab became a key pillar in discharge planning, and also transitional care for elderly patients. And all the 3 RHS initiatives target priority, dementia, and falls, embedding rehabilitation into care pathways. With Healthier SG, the integration is now anchored in the primary care enrollment, linking GPs to community rehab and also preventive programs. And we are currently trying to also unite all the digital medical records into one Singapore system, so that all the 3 clusters will have the same electronic medical records. Currently, it's done in NHG Health and also the National University Health System. And in the next 2 years, SingHealth will also have the same electronic medical record system. So AIC, another way to look at them is really they are around seniors and clients. They try to improve their functional and mental health. They are also integrated, and also we want to make sure that our programs are cost-effective and sustainable. As mentioned just now, the regional health systems in Singapore, we have 3 clusters providing hospital care and also primary care, with NUHS supplying the west part of Singapore, National Healthcare Group supplying servicing the central part of Singapore, and SingHealth servicing the east side of Singapore and a bit of Lower House Central. As for community-based rehabilitation and active aging, we also started many senior activity centers and active aging hubs. So the National Clinical Practice Guidelines, just now we talk about FORS, right? Set the framework for FORS risk assessment interventions. The community hospital, DRCs, and active aging hub run structured exercise programs. That I think quite a few are familiar with ATAGO, exercise programs and steady steps. And also integration. Elderly at risk of falls are identified in hospitals, are referred directly to these programs in the community. There is also the voluntary welfare organizations like Stroke Support Station supporting stroke survivors, the Singapore Cancer Society supporting the cancer survivors, that run community-based rehab, wellness, and also caregiver support for elderly population. There's also re-enablement and functional recovery programs and pilots that actually look at care models that focus on restoring the elderly independence after hospitalization or illness. And this is not just for long-term maintenance. As for workforce and professional development, it's important that Singapore currently is also focusing on professional growth of geriatric rehabilitation physicians, allied health professionals, and also community therapists through expanded training programs. There is a continuous professional education for therapists in these areas, also including dementia care and falls prevention. And also, we are also trying to evolve the career pathways for allied health professionals, include physiotherapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists, etc. Are also strengthened with advanced practice and specialist tracks in rehabilitation. As illustrated in this program by NHG Health that collaborated with Nanyang Technological University and Lee Kong Chian School of Medicine in Singapore. We look at how we tier the training of allied health professionals, either in the community, and then we look at tier 1 training and community training. Then when they are in the hospitals and they need to have more specialized care, then we provide postgraduate certificate in rehabilitation health and flexing muscles. And when they go to tier 3, they go into very experienced and also very advanced kind of understanding of how to rehabilitate patients in different conditions, including neurological rehab, musculoskeletal rehab, cardiopulmonary rehab, etc. And this will lead them to a Master of Science in Rehabilitation Health and even advanced practice physiotherapy, as mentioned here as an example. And the value proposition having an educational program is many. As you can see here, for healthcare institution, there will be more confidence of community taking over care of more complex patients. And we can discharge complex patients earlier home and reduce the length of stay in the public health institution. And this also results in strong collaboration with community partners. For patients-wise, of course, there will be seamless care transition from PHI to community, accessible appropriate care nearer to home, and also improve their compliance with community rehabilitation. As for community therapists-wise, this will improve their rehab capacity, and also able to manage more complex needs of patients. Then training sustainability is also very important. And hopefully, this will also have better staff retention in the community therapies and also strong collaboration with us. As for financing and affordability-wise, we have given MOH, or our Ministry of Health, have given a lot of subsidies for community hospital rehab, day rehab centers, and also home therapy based on income means testing. There's also different packages for different age group, the Pioneer Generation and the Merdeka Generation packages, which reduce out-of-pocket costs for elderly needing rehabilitation. There's also an assistive technology fund that subsidizes mobility aids, home modifications, and also rehab services and devices. As for research, innovation, and evaluation-wise, hospitals and also universities conduct research on variety dementia, robotics, and digital rehabilitation, to name a few. And rehab and research institutes are formed for geriatrics and rehabilitation. I'm going to describe 2 institutes in the subsequent few slides. The joint NTU UBC, Research Center of Excellence in Active Living for the Elderly, or LIDI for short, focus their research on cutting-edge human-centered AI, including curious AI, then there's pervasive AI, explainable AI, and crowd AI. They really develop ecosystem of humanized AI-powered platforms to help aging societies become ageless. Then you can see they're also looking at all these areas of human-centered AI, smart aging in place, early dementia assessment and intervention, using AIoT, which is Internet of Things based, priority assessment and intervention, looking at assisted 3H care, which is basically home to hospital to home care. Then we have the stroke rehabilitation, Parkinson's disease assessment, and also serious games. This slide has showed their human-centered AI approach, looking at 4 types of AI. The curious AI, which initiate interactions-based on self-motivated learning. Ethical AI make decisions aligned with morals and ethics. Persuasive AI look at persuade user to adopt healthier lifestyle. And also explainable AI explain AI's decision and suggestion. And this is what they call the human-centered AI as an ecosystem of human-centered AI, including all the four, to help aging societies become ageless. This is what they are also trying to do, make homes having different sensors, different possibilities to monitor how the elderly are coping in their homes, to detect risk, predict risk of issues of falls, dementia, then it give early intervention and also monitoring. This slide shows some of the serious games they are providing for stroke rehabilitation and also cognitive rehabilitation. And they even have an iPad for Parkinson's disease assessment, which is an intelligent platform for early prediction with a gamified rehabilitation of Parkinson's disease. The next institute I'm going to describe briefly is the Rehabilitation Research Institute of Singapore, or RISE for short. It was established in 2016 through a collaboration between the Nanyang Technological University, the Agency for Science, Technology and Research, or A*STAR for short, and the National Healthcare Group. And the vision is to be the cutting edge of research and innovation in rehabilitation to enhance human health and performance. And the mission in RISE is to conduct world-class research in rehabilitation medicine and technology, backed by basic science, AI, and behavioral sciences to deliver evidence-based clinical practice for better patient outcomes. You can see this slide. We are trying to have the largest patient-centric normative movement database in the world by looking at how we collect healthy adults' movements in 12 clinically relevant tasks. Where few years ago, we were also trying to bring in different countries to come in and collaborate with us, set up their individual movement lab and have a very federated kind of database to actually share data together. So it's very exciting that we are trying to look at movements, then look at normal movements and also conditions like stroke, Parkinson's disease, musculoskeletal disorders. Then we use that to actually predict and also have more precision rehabilitation. Then this slide shows what we are doing in terms of technology-enhanced neurological rehabilitation. We have developed products in Singapore that focus on potential tele-robotic rehabilitation from hospital to community. As see in this, the left side, there is this picture showing a gentleman using the product in their own homes, trying to continue rehabilitation with a screen that actually connects to some games and the therapist tele-monitoring it. So basically, we are trying to bring this product to patients' home so that they can continue quality rehabilitation at home. We also developed currently near-ready product we call the mobile robotic balancer system. You can see from the videos in the middle that without the system called Mr. Bar, patients, basically go to the toilet with the domestic helper helping. With the Mr. Bar, the patient can potentially be independent. And you can see this same patient trying to play a ball game with a therapist helping, and with Mr. Bar, he becomes independent without even having anyone holding him. So we are also trying to look at single-sided exoskeleton prototype with gravity compensation implemented to enable the transparency control. And we are trying to also develop some digitalized equipment to actually measure some of the assessment tools that we normally do in rehabilitation. This slide shows the mobility and force and the role of the built environment for patients with musculoskeletal disorder. So we are trying to work with many different companies and also different academic institutions to really look at built environment and how is it associated with mobility and force. Okay, as for rehabilitation technologies for the elderly, I'm going to briefly just describe four, which is that of Smart Health Tele-Rehab. There's a national tele-rehab platform that was permissioned in 2017 using sensors and video to allow elderly patients to do therapy at home under remote supervision. There's also the fall detection and prevention technologies with sensor-based monitoring systems in nursing homes, community centers, and smart homes. There are also different social and cognitive robotics, be it the Paro therapeutic robot that I think quite a few of you should be very familiar, VR cognitive games for dementia rehabilitation. And also last but not least, robotics for mobility support that I will describe one patient that undergoes it with good results. So as mentioned, there is in 2017, they developed a system that can be used at home with a simple iPad system that can do simple exercises at home. And at that time, we hope to roll it out through different homes with different conditions. Then there's also this co-developed device, and there is a virtual reality health kiosk for healthy aging, and basically promote XR gaming for healthy aging and reduce variety and optimize cognition. And we completed some trials and trial in 15 senior activity centers and currently being used in a few outpatient and community activity centers. Okay, as mentioned just now, I just show one example of a patient with ischemic spinal cord injury, 70-year-old with an HSCT4 injury. You can see that pre-exo therapy, there's a need for at least 2 therapies helping the patient to walk. And with 15 sessions of exotherapy, patients is better now. And as patient continue to be better, you can see from the second video that you can see the patients walking after post 15 sessions of exotherapy. Then the third video shows in the side view. And before that, really is impossible to only have one therapy doing it. And subsequently, you can see that patients before that, again, 2 therapies, but 1 year after 15 sessions of exotherapy and also continued therapy, patient is now able to ambulate with a walking frame independently. So considerations for future rehabilitation care. There are altogether 8 points that I'd like to share, which is we need to look at continuity of care, avoiding fragmentation between transitions. A lot during transitions, because it's very important to really connect with the partner in the community to continue the rehabilitation. And besides the patients, we also need to look at caregiver burden and need for better support systems and respite services. We also need to make sure that as technology advances, we must ensure there's inclusivity in technology-based rehabilitation, and the outcome measurement should also be standardized across diverse community programs. And just now I did mention a bit, but we still need to be more integrated in terms of community hubs, and also hopefully with technology advancement and some of the mobile digital apps, we can personalize digital rehab plans and then embed AI and predictive analytics inside it. And currently in Singapore, we're also looking at how do we partner with the private organization to actually expand reach and innovation. And last but not least, I'm very privileged to be in this forum, and hopefully we can have global collaboration for shared learning and also benchmarking. So in summary, the key takeaways from my talk, taking reference from Rehab 2030 priorities, for leadership-wise, Singapore built policies supporting preventive primary rehabilitation care for the elderly. As for planning and implementation-wise, we have infrastructure readiness to provide rehabilitation from hospital to community. Integration in the health sector-wise, we coordinate rehabilitation care post-hospital discharge to ensure continuity. As for universal health coverage, we ensure adequate and proper health coverage provided for rehabilitation. And for service delivery models-wise, we enable access and also availability to elderly requiring rehabilitation. As for workforce-wise, we train rehabilitation professionals to ensure consistent quality of care in all settings. Financing-wise, we have proper considerations for elderly care and rehabilitation needs, infrastructure with technology enablers. And as mentioned briefly just now, we are trying to unify our digital records and systems to allow data consistency sharing and also future AI applications relevant to rehab. We also build research and innovation developments from knowledge, prototyping to translation. Last but not least, we hope to collaborate with all of you, with healthcare institutions, academics, community partners, and also industry, locally and also internationally. These are the key references I use for this talk. Thanks so much for your attention. if you all want to connect with me, this is my email address, or I mean, stay in this slide for about a few seconds for you all to remember my email. If you want to contact me, please do so. Thanks.
네, 기조 연설해 주신 싱가포르 용주 교수님께 여러분 다시 한번
Please give him another applause for the keynote speaker. Thank you very much.
네, 이제
Now we will begin the first session. The theme of the session is Challenges in Rehabilitation in an Aging Society. Rapid aging is a reality already, both in Korea and around the world. Elderly population grows. We are witnessing a dramatic rise in chronic disease, functional decline, and care demands, making rehabilitation more essential than ever. So in this session, we will explore the multifaceted challenges facing rehabilitation in aging societies. We seek to innovative strategies to restore function and enhance quality of life. To begin with, we invite Professor Im Jae-young from the Department of Rehabilitation Medicine at Bundang Seoul National University. He will deliver the first presentation. He's a leading expert in geriatric rehabilitation. He has extensive research and clinical experience. So he will speak on the topic, rehabilitation to enhance function in older adult beyond the disease and toward the quality of life. So please welcome him with a big round of warm applause. 감사합니다. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity to deliver in this meaningful forum.
We have to enhance the function in older adults beyond disease and toward quality of life. So I have nothing to close here at this time. So this is contents I'm going to talk about. So first, talk about the definition and core concept of the rehabilitation for all the adults and patients. And then I'm going to talk about the structures and setting the rehabilitation, especially focus on our healthcare system. And also, I try to introduce briefly the new paradigm and reform the process of our rehabilitation system, and also including the community-based integrated system. So this is the graph. So as you can see, in the 2030, our the country will be the super-aged society among the entire nations, other nations. So the South Korea, as you can see, the fast aging country, not only the fast aging country, but also the life expectancy is going to be very high, 91 years old for women and 84 men in 2030. So increased life expectancy, so seems like good news, but without accompanying increased healthy life expectancy, so our society will encounter obvious tremendous increase of period of time unhealthy, exploded the demand for the care for the disability. So we cannot avoid the living in unhealthy state like that. So under the quite a long period of time among our entire life. This is a functional trajectory, as you can see. So someone who has severe injury during the lifetime, so at that time, they can recover through the rehabilitation, but they experience further continued decline further with the increase of age. Then their disability even worse. This is aging with disability. On the other hand, so many patients experience the chronic disease and other additional problems in adult and even accelerate the aging in the later life. That concept is disability with aging. So therefore, the aging and disability should be addressed together. So as you can see, among the registered disability population, over half of them is already the 60 years above, 65 years above. So in terms of aging with disability, so what should we pay attention to? So we need to have overarching view of disability entwined with aging. This is very essential. A paradigm shift has emphasized life, the course perspective, comprehensive, integrate approach and other interventions to overcome and prevent these late effect people with aging with disability. This has emerged as a new paradigm. So, as you already know, the Act on Guarantee Right to Health and Access to Medical Service for People with Disability has been enacted 2017 in our country. This is the insightful picture to address and illustrate what we should do, have the proper rehabilitation in our health strategy as a health strategy. First of all, rehabilitation has been provided must be in the appropriate phase during the medical conditions, for example, acute and the subacute and maintenance phase. However, at this time, the disease pattern has changed, like the chronic, the progressive disorder. So as growing older, as the disease progressive, as you can see, in the later life, the increase of the medical needs and the care needs is quite the big problem in the current, the super-aged society. So let's see the one case. So he is the 90 years old, the very oldest older gentleman. So abruptly, the fail and altered mentality directly brought to the ER, emergency room. So MRI shows, as you can see, so diffuse brain atrophy and also small vessel disease, not big problem at all in this MRI. And also the degenerative spine, and also we can find the previous, the spine infective, the sequelae, the fusion of L3 and L4. So in this, the chest X-ray show the widespread haziness, especially the left lung side. This is a typical the pneumonia. So the gentleman previously experienced the infective spondylitis. At that time, his function is debilitating. So after the rehabilitation, fortunately recovered their function, but he experienced continued to decline their function like that. So, and that kind of the pneumonia, the functions make even worse, even to death. This is so definite. The medical needs become very complex, and multifactorial near the end of life. So often in that time, then involving the overlapping conditions such as frailty and sarcopenia and the cognitive impairment, other geriatric and disease and multimorbidity. So the approach should be evolved accordingly. The demand has brought more interest in adopt rehab principle in the physically frail and physically dependent. So geriatric rehabilitations can be defined as assist the disabled aged and recovering the lost and physical and psychological or social skills. So they become more independent and living in personally satisfying environment and maintain and meaningful social interaction. So geriatric rehab programs designed to optimize their functioning and often the pre-morbid frail individuals and frail and dependent the patient. So this is a concept of the geriatric rehabilitation. As you can see, this is a cyclic process to identify the individual, the care and rehabilitation need, and address the contributing factors and set the goal and personalize the care plan, and also apply the target intervention, and then assessment again into outcome to optimize the function and quality of life in all the patients. So recently, the European Rehabilitation Special Interest Group, they suggest the European Consensus Statement, the definition of geriatric rehab. So this is a multi-dimensional approach to diagnostic and therapeutic and rehabilitative intervention. The purpose is to optimize the functional capacity, promote activity, and preserve social participation in all the people who impairment and disability based on the, as you can see, the WHO rehabilitation cycle. They are focusing on the patient-centered goal, reflect individual preference established through the co-creation, not only the patient, but also their caregivers. And depending on the different national policy or the specific reimbursement system and healthcare system and local availability, the geriatric rehab, the rehab system can be offered very wide, different setting and different aspect. So what is the geriatric patients? So as you can see, for all the patients whose intrinsic capacity and functional ability affected by multi-morbidity and geriatric syndrome who have the potential to improve. And patients should be active participants in rehab process, but the chronologic aging and place of residence and presence of the cognitive impairment should not be used to exclude the patient from the rehab program. But in that cases, the rehab program should be tailored to the patient, the specific need. So this is a geriatric rehabilitations, especially focused on the inpatient and outpatient. So the patient who have acute illness, in that case is admitted to the geriatric unit and then transfer the inpatient rehab unit. So in that case is geriatric rehabilitation required. And also the chronic functional decline cases among the patients who meet the frailty or sarcopenia, they experience progressive dependency of activity of the daily living by the mobility impairment and cognitive decline. In their cases, we are trying to the more intensive short-term inpatient treatment or outpatient care. So this is a typical inpatient cases who have very deconditioning after the surgery and others medical condition. So another case is a facility fracture. And recently we are expanding more the neurodegenerative patient and dementia or some cancer patient and also survivor from the IG care.
저쪽으로 가세요. 예, 5번 일어나보세요. 하나,
This is the typical the indication
앉았다가.
for outpatient geriatric care
일어나보세요.
who have the walking difficulty, unable to walk, and repeated fall.
예, 5번 일어나보세요. 하나,
So, in terms of the concept of the geriatric care, this is a geriatric syndrome is the very important core concept. So, geriatric syndrome is not discrete disease, the pattern. So, represent common and serious conditions that this type of the problems holding the substantial the implication of functional decline and impairment. So another, the core concept is the frailty, as you already know. This is a clinical state. There is an increase of the individual vulnerability, so develop increased dependency, other increase of mortality. So as you can see, the frailty is overlapped other conditions such as disability and comorbidity. The frailty status is very dynamic, from the frail and frail, even the disability. As we can see, the frail time window indicate the very diverse, and the pattern of the trajectory of the function depends on the status of the frailty. So we need to focus on this, the dynamic, the status and condition to identify the early the change in any kind of the functional the problem, and also the early the implementation of the specific intervention as well. So geriatric rehab the structures for inpatient, outpatient. So inpatient rehabilitations can be provided in acute and tertiary hospitals, and not only the secondary, but also the community, including the nursing home as well. And outpatient geriatric the rehabilitation, currently that outpatient setting is not well operated in our country. However, recently we are expanding more the community-based care. This is the important, the recent, the main goal, the aging in place. This is a core evaluation in geriatric rehab settings. So comprehensive the geriatric assessment, including the polypharmacy and for risk and other the conditions as well. And also the mobility assessment is more focused on the physical functions that the geriatric performance is the major specialty, including the functional ambulatory category, the mobility assessment, and also the disability assessment, including the ADL, and the laboratory the findings also helpful to evaluate the patient. So this is a comprehensive geriatric assessment tools. So the comprehensive geriatric assessment, including assess the frailty. The frailty can be assessed like that. So this is 5 attributes, including unintentional weight loss and muscle weakness and slow walking speed, and exhaustion and low physical activity is a major phenotype of the frailty. Other than that, the clinical frailty, the scale, using the pictogram, we can assess the directly and easily the level of the frailty. What is the role of CGA in the rehabilitation setting? This is a comprehensive assessment, could be the complementary to rehabilitation assessment. So including the medical problems and assess the psychosocial in the geriatric patient, because the geriatric patient has very complex medical conditions. And also we can have the mutual communication tool between geriatrician and rehab specialties. And also we can define the case, the red flag, hidden in aging and the degenerative disease, such as the cancer and vascular disease and other infections as well. And also it is very helpful to find the diverse variety of the neuromuscular skeletal problem related to the other medical treatments, such as the polypharmacy. So this is, I would like the mobility assessment. So CGA also include the mobility domain. So usually the mobility assessment can be assessed the medical and rehabilitation team. So we use the geriatric performance questionnaire using the physical activity assessment and other four related questions and other the pain-related disabilities such as MOME, and also including assessment and evaluation of the quality of life. So this is the current quite prevalently used in assessment battery, such as the short physical performance battery and chair climbing power test and 400-meter the walking test. This is the report form to address the comprehensive geriatric performance battery. This is let's visit again the functional trajectory graph. As you can see, someone who have acute event 4 and vacillative fracture like that, and the patient experiences further the functional decline or even death. However, if comprehensive and integrated rehabilitation can be provided to the patient, patient can recover to the previous level of the function. So this is ideal scenario. If the patient who has that kind of problem receive the successful rehabilitation like that, the patient recover the level of the previous level, and then even he experience additional injury or subsequent other the serious condition as well. If the continue to the specific and effective rehabilitation, the patient can keep their original the functional trajectory. This is a very good ideal scenario. So this is other potential model for sarcopenia. So usually the sarcopenia show the different type of the model. One is the gradual sarcopenia model. This is the better one. Then the catabolic crisis model. Unfortunately, in clinical the setting, in the real settings, patients who have the sarcopenia experience the repeated acute illness, acute problem like that. So as time goes by, the patient, their function declined more seriously. So what we need to know here, as you can see, if we put the specific necessary intervention for each patient, we can use that kind of the strategy. The patient can continue their original, the functional path. This is a good idea. So I would like to introduce our previous experience to develop intervention method for the predilative fracture. So this is a comparative effective study supported by the PACEN, the national government. So previously we only provide the basic care, the usual care for people who have the vacillative fracture. However, we are insist more comprehensive, integrate management for the patient is very important. So we are develop a specific protocol for the patient, and we, under the frame of also geriatric frame, so we are develop comprehensive, the integrate the rehabilitation team. They follow the like the clinical pathway, the building the multidisciplinary cooperation, and make the consensus the care pathway, and building the very inspired team, and educating training not only the patient but also their family, and finally we can get more better outcome. So as you can see, the 1-year follow-up, their mobility and other functions is compared to usual care. The patient who received the integrate rehabilitation management, so-called FOM, show the significantly improve their mobility. So we can get strong evidence from this intervention. However, in the clinical setting, we are still not doing that intervention for the patient. So that's why we declare consistently this kind of use the public hearing to the National Assembly. The integrated rehabilitation care system should be implemented in our clinical setting. So recently, our government tried to reform the rehabilitation, the delivery system from acute and recovery and the maintenance. So as you can see, after the acute care, the multidisciplinary collaboration is warranted in the system, and also the regional collaboration also take into account to integrate from the hospital to the community. So that's why the system evolved further the subacute and the community-based rehabilitation. As you can see, the strengthened acute and post-acute phase. So patients who need rehabilitation. So first of all, the patient is determined by KRPG. This is a system, classification system, rehabilitation patient group that developed by our specialty and also government as well. And also, in that period, the patient received intensive rehab service and discharge care plan, and also including the regional collaboration. We adopt unique payment system to promote rehabilitation intensively in this period of time. But however, in that kind of unique, the payment model can be applied just for the designated hospital. So currently 53 hospitals designated across the country. So, and also patients who need home-based rehabilitation and the physiotherapy visit for the rehabilitation. In that cases, as a pilot program, patients receive the home visit rehabilitation as well. So, and also, we are trying to strengthen community integrated rehabilitation and care. So, recently, very strong demand for the home-based healthcare. So we are trying to develop that kind of home-based care, so-called 재택의료. And also, for the people with disability, dedicated primary care physicians for people with disability has been implemented in our clinical practice. And also, the regional health and medical center for people with disability is very difficult pronounce the name. So I just called the Disability Health Center. This regional disability health centers has been established in each the province and the metropolitan city. Currently, 17 centers is operated to the community dwelling people with disability. So this is the regional health medical centers. So our centers, the critical role, healthcare and rehabilitation for the people with disability, though linking with the hospital and the primary care clinic, and also the social services and welfare center as well in the region. So this is the scheme of our activity. So as you can see, the hospital and public health center and primary care for people with disability, and also the social services resources, all together, our role is connect and collaborate. So I would like to summarize my talk, the strategy for comprehensive and integrated rehabilitation. So comprehensive assessment related problem, this can be used comprehensive geriatric assessment, and also incorporate our rehabilitation program, and also lifelong surveillance and aging and functional disability. I show the meaning of the functional trajectory in lifelong period of time. So in that case, we can make a preventive and restorative and adaptive strategy for the patient. And also, I just introduced briefly our current reform process of rehab care. This is still ongoing, further more comprehensive and integrated model. And also, nationwide regional health and medical care for people with disability can be a critical role in healthcare and rehabilitation and community training people with disability. I would like to say to you, so this is a time to call to action to comprehensive and integrate rehabilitation and geriatric disease and disability. Thank you.
네, 교수님.
Thank you for commending very good English with our insightful presentation. Please give him a big round of applause once again for his excellent presentation.
번째 발표는요.
The second presenter is Professor Christopher Poulos, Head of Research and Aged Care Clinical Services at Hammond Care. And he is also co-joint professor at the University of New South Wales in Sydney. Professor Poulos is a rehabilitation physician with over 30 years of clinical experience, and he has played a key role in shaping community-based rehabilitation models. And he's going to tell us about needs and challenges of community-based service delivery models for rehabilitation. Please welcome him with a round of applause. He will be joining us online.
My apologies for not being able to attend the meeting in person. But before I commence, it's customary in Australia to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land where we sit. And I'm currently in the southern part of Sydney, where the traditional custodians are the Darawal people. And I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Today, I want to inspire you. You've no doubt come to this meeting as you have an interest in rehabilitation. That too is my passion. I want you to see through this presentation that rehabilitation can be much more than its traditional focus has been, and ageing is a primary example. I've got no conflicts of interest to declare. This is what I'm going to speak about today. It's a huge subject and we've only have 30 minutes, so I have to be very selective. But if you adhere to some key rehabilitation principles, then I believe the rest will naturally follow. This is my back to basics slide. A key to aging well is maintaining functional ability as well as possible for as long as possible. And we all know that aging is associated with functional decline through normal age-related changes, as well as through the cumulative impact of health conditions and injury. But one of the key principles is not to ascribe functional decline to aging itself without good reason. We need to understand the underlying contributors. Now, the WHO has played a leading role in helping us to understand what it takes to function well. Back in 1980, the International Classification of Impairments, Disability and Handicap, or the ICIDH, was released. And this was followed in 2001 by the ICF. And then in 2015, within the World Report on Aging and Health, another schema was proposed. Let's take a quick look at each of these. But just before we do that, let's look again at that fantastic definition of health released by the WHO in 1948. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Central to achieving these admirable aims is a person's functional ability. Now, the ICIDH taught us that functional decline does not occur de novo. There is generally a sequence, starting with a disease or health condition, which then leads to impairments at the level of organs and body systems, and these subsequently lead to reduced functional performance when it comes to undertaking activities, which then led to the disadvantage that a person might experience in their ability to participate in society. Now, the ICIDH was a great start, but when it comes to ageing, it did not really give recognition to the declining intrinsic capacity that can occur due to ageing itself, especially when it comes to things like muscle strength and cardiorespiratory function. Now, unless you're as old as me, you may not have been all that familiar with the ICIDH and will be much more familiar with the ICF. I'm not going to go into any detail on the ICF with this audience because I'm sure you're all very familiar with it. But the important addition that the ICF made was to add the influence of the environment and personal factors to understanding activity limitations and participation. So enter the World Report on Aging and Health in 2015. I love this document, mainly because of its focus on functional ability. I think it works best when the concepts are expressed as an equation. In essence, the determinants of a person's functional ability is their intrinsic capacity, which is defined as the composite of all the physical and mental capacities of an individual, plus the impact of the environment in its broadest sense, and is inclusive of things like assistive technologies, the physical environment, social policy, and a person's support network. This simple model is so useful in aging because it allows for intrinsic capacity to decline due to aging itself, as well as due to disease, injury, or deconditioning. The other reason I like it is that it beautifully follows the rehabilitation model of care. If I had to describe in simple terms what we do in rehabilitation, it is that we aim to work with a person to maximise their functional ability by firstly making sure that their intrinsic capacity is optimised, and then look at ways to compensate for lost intrinsic capacity through use of the environment. So let me illustrate. The blue curve at the top could be seen as an ideal trajectory of intrinsic capacity with age. Yes, it does decline, but it's not until very old age, and in the absence of significant disease or injury, that we expect that a disability threshold will be reached for ADL or IADL. Sufficient functional reserve or reserve capacity is maintained for most important functional tasks with normal aging. But the red curve shows what a trajectory of intrinsic capacity might look like in somebody with significant chronic disease. And the green curve with what might happen if someone suffers a sudden catastrophic health event with a sudden decline in functional ability. After that sudden catastrophic health event, the person might undergo rehabilitation with the aim of restoring, where possible, intrinsic capacity, at least for a period of time. This is the traditional role of rehabilitation that I'm sure you are all familiar with. But in ageing, there are important and emerging roles for rehabilitation. Firstly, consider the person who has declining intrinsic capacity due to chronic disease. The rehabilitation approach can help those people maintain and restore intrinsic capacity as far as possible when there is progressive decline due to chronic disease. Now, this is shown in the red dashed line, where we see with a rehabilitation approach, we may be able to help that person delay declining intrinsic capacity, or in some circumstances, even improve their intrinsic capacity. So in effect, we're shifting the curve to the right. Plus, we don't want to negate the role that rehabilitation can have in helping people who are aging well, but with some declining intrinsic capacity due to age itself. So we can also look with the blue dashed line at opportunities to push the blue line out to the right as well by helping somebody preserve their intrinsic capacity for as long as possible despite age-related changes. And we know that the musculoskeletal system is one area where that is eminently possible. So thinking back to the equation where functional ability equals intrinsic capacity plus the environment, we can also see that where deficits in intrinsic capacity may lead to functional deficits, we can use the environment. And some uses of the environment has the effect of making the task easier, thereby lowering the disability threshold for certain activities. And this too is an integral part of the rehabilitation process. This slide illustrates the importance of progressive functional decline with ageing, and it shows why rehabilitation is extremely important with ageing. From age around the early to mid-80s, significant disability that arises in a progressive manner, rather than that arises suddenly or catastrophically, becomes more common. Now we know that the traditional roles for rehabilitation have generally not targeted people with progressive declines in functional ability. And that's certainly the case with ageing. But clearly there is a major role for rehabilitation in both catastrophic and progressively acquired disability. Okay, we've seen how what determines functional ability can be expressed as that equation. Functional ability is made up of intrinsic capacity plus the effect of the environment. Now let's look at a simplified model to describe rehabilitation, particularly when it comes to rehabilitation of older people. It involves three basic steps. Okay, so in this rehabilitation approach, step one is assessment and goal setting. Now, assessment needs to be both clinical and functional. We need to understand what the impacts on intrinsic capacity are, as well as what the causes are. And we need to know how these deficits in intrinsic capacity are affecting the person's functional ability, especially for those things that are important to the person. And understanding the functional deficits that are important to the person will, of course, help in developing individualized goals for that person. And the assessment needs to be multidimensional. Now, I haven't used the word multidisciplinary, because having a full multidisciplinary team is a luxury that won't always be possible, especially outside of a hospital setting and with growing pressures on the health workforce. In aged care, there needs to be a greater reliance on interdisciplinary approaches, with practitioners having a broader scope of practice. And assessment can be supported by the use of validated tools, not only to guide the assessment, but also to allow the subsequent collection of outcomes and for benchmarking purposes. The clinical and functional assessment then, of course, leads to collaborative goal setting, but goals need to be achievable. So if step 1 is assessment and goal setting, step 2 then is optimizing intrinsic capacity. This is done through optimizing disease management, which may already be being done, but it's important to check. And this is where it's vital to ensure that the person's health care and aged care are in harmony. Preventative health care remains a very important part of maintaining intrinsic capacity in ageing populations, especially such things like vaccination. And so it's important to not ignore preventative healthcare measures. Now, in tandem with optimising disease management is the use of evidence-based therapies and lifestyle interventions which aim to preserve, improve, or delay declining intrinsic capacity. Now, in ageing, there is a strong emphasis on exercise interventions, especially strength, endurance, and balance exercises, as well as nutrition interventions, including the importance of sufficient dietary protein and the importance of maintaining cognitive stimulation. But we need to ensure that exercise intensity or dose is sufficient. And with older people, the idea of self-efficacy is vitally important. The third step in the rehabilitation approach is the use of the environment to compensate for deficits in intrinsic capacity and functional ability. This includes the use of assistive technologies in its many forms, such as to combat sensory deficits, especially hearing and vision impairment, as well as things like orthotics, mobility aids, and devices to assist in managing ADL and IADL. Increasingly, there will be digital and other technological solutions, including the use of smarter homes and wearables. These will not only aim to enhance functional ability, but may also be able to detect declining function. Now, included in the environment are other things such as environmental modifications, carer support, and services and accommodation. So the environment is a very broad concept. So it includes modifications to the individual's living arrangements and vehicles, and also more generally. So general environmental modifications might include such things as the development of dementia-friendly and age-friendly communities, supporting caregivers in their caring role, the deployment of community support services, and a change to more supportive and better designed accommodation are also ways in which the environment can be used to help maximise a person's functional ability in the face of declining intrinsic capacity. And of course, the rehabilitation approach looks at all of these. So there you have it, the rehabilitation approach in one simple slide. So this section is entitled What's in a Name? In Australia, the term rehabilitation is generally confined to use within the healthcare system. But in ageing populations, other terminology is also used for interventions that are very consistent with rehabilitation. Now, I like to use the term the 3 R's to describe what these may be. And the 3 R's are rehabilitation, restorative care, and reablement. Now, reablement has only gained prominence in the past decade or so and is the most variable in meaning. But they each have in common, or should have in common, an approach that focuses on functional ability, the use of collaborative goal setting, and some form of team-based or multidisciplinary care. And each of these 3 approaches, each of the R's, has a definite role in ageing. Okay, this is a really busy slide, and it's my attempt to show the main differences between rehabilitation, restorative care, and reablement. Don't worry if you don't take it all in, because I believe you'll have access to the slides. Rehabilitation is typically followed a sudden health event or injury, such as stroke, TBI, spinal cord injury, or amputation. In Australia at least, and in many countries, it's primarily hospital focused, but can be delivered in the community as a rehabilitation in the home program. And rehabilitation in the home is something that is growing in popularity. Because this rehabilitation is hospital focused, it's generally medically directed, so that there's a medical name over the end of the bed, so to speak, with a multidisciplinary team of nursing and allied health practitioners. It's also known for formal assessment of function and outcomes. In Australia and New Zealand, there is national benchmarking of rehabilitation outcome data through the Australasian Rehabilitation Centre, also known as AROC. Now, restorative care and reablement are terms that mostly apply in the aged care setting. They still tend to be time-limited programs, as with rehabilitation, but they're almost exclusively community-based and allied health or nursing-led. These programs are generally of lower intensity than rehabilitation, they may be of longer duration, and they can follow an event or gradual functional decline. Now, reablement, the term, can sometimes also refer to approaches to delivery of care, often described as you are doing with somebody rather than doing something for them. Now, there's another category that I think rehabilitation has a role in, and if not in terms of a formal program, certainly the rehabilitation approach. And I categorise this as positive ageing and wellness approaches. So they're not strictly rehabilitation, but do seek to have the same principles of maximising intrinsic capacity and functional ability. Now, my concept of positive ageing is not so much about having a positive attitude in the face of challenging circumstances, but rather that there are almost always positive steps a person can take to improve their ageing journey. And if you think back to that slide of the ideal trajectory of intrinsic capacity, positive ageing may be where we look at helping someone maximise their intrinsic capacity despite declining function due to age itself. When it comes to which health conditions the 3 R's apply to, you'd be very familiar with the traditional ones where rehabilitation is already an essential part of most healthcare systems. And I've read them out already: stroke, TBI, amputation, trauma, spinal cord injury, and other neurological conditions. But in ageing, there are important emerging roles for rehabilitation. chronic disease management and the prevention of functional decline, frailty, reconditioning, post-serious illness or surgery, and following a cancer diagnosis and treatment. There's also a role for rehabilitation, reablement and restorative care in dementia and helping older workers remain in the workforce for longer. Now, in ageing, most rehabilitation or 3Rs models are ambulatory in nature. And that's the ideal place for them to be because the intensity is lower and it's much more contextually relevant to see somebody in the community setting. In Australia, we have reasonably good access to each of the 3Rs. Traditional rehabilitation is well represented. And the aged care system has two specific restorative care programs. The first is known as the Transition Care Program or the Transitional Aged Care Program, depending on which state of Australia you live in. And this has a duration of up to 12 weeks, and it can only be accessed by an older person who's had a hospitalisation and if they're at risk of residential care or higher level aged care without the program. The other restorative care program available in Australia is known as the Short-Term Restorative Care Program. It has a duration of up to 8 weeks, and it's for an older person with functional decline who have not had a hospitalisation. And it could be functional decline following a specific setback or progressive functional decline. Now, there are no specific reablement programs as such, but reablement in Australia is described as an approach to the care of the older person, for example, that doing with, not doing for. But there are also reablement therapies and programs that are available through the provision of individual therapies that are funded within the aged care system in Australia. And we have a system currently called home care packages where a person may have access to a range of allied health staff who can formulate a reablement program for them. Now, the whole system of community aged care in Australia is changing on the 1st of November with a completely new program called Support at Home. Now, the new program still has a focus on restorative programs, but the names of these programs and program features are changing somewhat. Now, I haven't spoken about what these changes are going to be, but the manual is freely available, and the manual describes the programs in detail, and they're available on those links seen on that web page there. On this slide are links to some outputs from my research team covering the 3Rs in Australia. And these outputs consist of academic publications and various guides and other publications that are freely available. The first is a project on developing a hospital substitution model of rehabilitation in the home for reconditioning for older people who've experienced deconditioning because of medical illness, surgery or cancer. The second is an evaluation of the short-term restorative care program that has been delivered by our community-based allied health multidisciplinary team over the last 6 or 7 years or so. The third is a set of evidence-informed guides describing programs for reablement for people living with cognitive decline and dementia. And these guides come in the form of a consumer guide, a practitioner guide, and a technical guide that includes the evidence sources that made up the guides. The third is a set of guides that we developed for the sector on our Arts on Prescription programs for older people with unmet health and wellness challenges. And this program is also effective in helping people living with dementia and their carers better manage at home. The Arts on Prescription program employs professional artists which we think offers a huge advantage because professional artists are a welcome addition to the health and aged care workforce that has not been previously tapped. Okay, so we're nearing the end, and these are my take-home messages. When thinking about rehabilitation in older people, always start with first principles, the importance of functioning well as people age and what makes up our ability to function. Second, that rehabilitation principles is just as valid outside of the roles that rehabilitation has traditionally had, and that ageing presents an exciting new sandpit for rehabilitation to play in. And finally, to get the most out of rehabilitation, the health and aged care systems need to work in harmony. So this is my final slide. My academic hat is with the University of New South Wales, Australia, but I also do clinical and research work with a large Australian aged care provider by the name of Hammond Care. And just this month, Hammond Care launched Hammond Innovations that focuses on provider-led, partnership-driven and impact-focused innovation for the aged care sector. Please reach out. We're keen to collaborate and push the boundaries when it comes to applying rehabilitation and rehabilitation principles to ageing populations. Thank you so much for your attention today.
네, 좋은 발표해 주신 호주 크리스
Thank you very much, Professor. Please give him another round of applause.
해 주신
He's going to join us in the panel discussion later in the afternoon.
과장
Now, move on to the third presentation. It will be delivered by the Director Song Won-kyung from the Department of Assistive Technology Research at the National Rehabilitation Center. He is the leading figure in the field of rehabilitation engineering and assistive device. So he will now talk under the theme of the role of technology-driven rehabilitation. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Today I'm talking about the role of the technology in the rehabilitation. Actually, last year, super aged society, we became the super aged society. We have a very nice tool, and one solution is AI. The other is robot technology. We can combine these two technology. We can make solutions. First, let's look at how this exciting technology into real solution. And the key is something we call it translational research. Actually, translational research is making the bridge between the basic research and clinical research. And among them, we call it Death Valley, very difficult stage for the real implementation, and the medical doctor and therapist or some patient, very hard to use brand new technology. How to make a bridge between two parts? We make 4-stage processes. And first one is technology enhancement, for example, exterior design revision. And second one is testing and safety and effectiveness validation, plus laboratory level trial. And then certified testing institute make a guarantee this is safe device. And third one is approval from the Korean Medical Device Agency, MFDS. They can certify this is a safe device. And last one is clinical research. For the clinicians need to check what is it valuable or not. This is 4 stages for the translational research. We have several kinds of successful story. For example, Angel Robot, and they listed COSTAC March 2024. And by using this pipeline, we get a lot of achievement. More than 200 clinical trials and 150 prototypes and around 40 medical device approval and/or testing. Nowadays, we are focused on mobility and upper limb manipulation. These technology are using based on AI technology. For example, we got a lot of interaction between the human and robotic device, such as force. And by measuring the force, we can guess how to handle the patient behavior. Overall, our future is home plus hospital as a technological point of view. And this is very complex chart. As a summary, we can combine three parts. One is advanced robotic technology, and second one is AI plus data analysis, and third one is biosignal and interactions. And by using these three parts, we can make personalized and simplified solution. The previous presenter talked about the gait rehabilitation. Actually, stroke patient gait rehabilitation pattern is too complex. And by using the AI technology, we can divide into 4 or 6 classification, and one patient enter the registry, we can check which group is, this patient is belong to which groups, and we can find it. And next research is difficulty. For example, some people experience some game or some exercise too hard, then they don't return next time. And difficulty is very important for the improving the motivation. So by using the AI technology and trunk exercise, we can change only 2 minutes pre-test, we can find out the difficulty. And this is based on strong collaboration between academia and industry and hospital. And we regularly make a connection based on the translational research network for the rehabilitation robot. And now I'd like to shift to another domain. We already talked about the rehabilitation. How about another critical issue, care domain? As you know, I already mentioned we are real super-aged society. In care robot or care domain, there are 2 target populations. One is care receiver and the other one is caregiver. And caregiver, some people, your family have some problem, you should be the informal caregiver. So we can reduce the physical and emotional burden on caregiver by using technology. The consumer-oriented care robot program started 3 years ago, and the main focus is field demonstration and 9 types of care robot development. And 9 target is changing body posture, transfer eating, communication, moving within home, toileting, software wearable, bathing, monitoring, and bed to bed, from sleeping to sleeping. One day is circulate. We have a strong collaboration between Ministry of Industry and Ministry of Health and Welfare, and more robot-like technology handled by Ministry of Industry. And the other thing, more practical thing, the Ministry of Health and Welfare take charge of that technology. We are belong to Ministry of Health and Welfare. And this is the prototype. Actually, 2023 and 2024, we make a prototype and like this kind of photo, and especially milk care robot and toileting care robot received KC certificate, and 9 categories could be divided into 3 clusters. One is the mobility, the other one is ADL assistant and healthcare interactions. So the previous presenter talked about the iShape. iShape is not only technology, but also environment. Environment factor is very important. In order to use some technology, we modified the space. We can reduce the money, or we can improve the efficiency. And we have 5 spaces, and in this space, we are using the robot technology right now. So some lesson learned like this one. And based on the clinical trial or usability test, we learned that user-centered process is everything. For practical point of view, better storage furniture or some minor modeling and safety and privacy issue. For the privacy issue, we make some space of the privacy zone, and crucial feedback is earned by the device usage. And most important thing is opinion of the real caregivers and people with disability. For the practical point of view, we applied commercialized robotic arm, Pepper, and Pepper is a little old-fashioned, so some function is not provided. So we change it to Stretch 3, and that is affordable robotic arm. The people with disability remotely handling the technology. Like push the button and make a gesture. And Stretch 3, we can handle the telemanipulation operations. And the other one is we are making a very simple digital twin. Like kinetic and kinematic data, we can make some model. But this is only technology. What is more important? Actually, service model and field demonstration is more important than others. Rental or lease model, that is not a portable device, and social enterprise model and data usage model, we are making that kind of service model right now. And this is one example, and manufacturer and distributor and some national health insurance and local government. Among them, platform operator or some AI technology could be applied, training, monitoring, and service integration. And there are several kinds of outcomes and achievement. By using some technology and experience, we make a prototype, but more important thing is feedback from the users. And based on feedback of users, we make a guideline and some standard. In case of standard, we have three kinds of stage. Stage one is make a simple organization level standard, and then KS, and then IEC or ISO, international standard. 3 steps, and step by step is important. And AI technology could be used, care about also, diaper monitoring system. We can check of some condition. And the other one is voice analysis can be helpful to screening the cognition level. And last one is virtual companion. Based on this research, people using the virtual companion could be divided into 4 kinds of the people. First one is emotionally engaged one, and the other one is function-oriented one. There are many kinds of person who use some technology. So maybe this is first step for the personalized services. And the other state-of-art technology. Actually, as you know, Korea is the #1 ICT country. So, and Naver Clover Care Core, around 2 or 3 weeks ago, I take a photo of this one. 40,000 person using the technology, receiving the care call from the AI technology, and satisfaction degree is around 90%. And that is amazing number. And the other one is WIM, and mobility technology. And around 3 or 4 years ago, like this device, the price is more than 10 times, but reduced price by the innovative technology. Currently, 10% of the 3 years ago, the price is $3,000 US, and the consumer is growing up right now. And the other one is the toileting robot and communication robot. And let's look at how to make a benefit from this brand new technology. We can mix AI and robot technology. And 3 important things is data connection between the lab data. There are so many structured clinical metrics, for example, ROM, strength, and balance outcome. In daily life, unstructured data, for example, some activity is high, low, or some eating activity or social communication, and we can mix the 2 kinds of data. And natural data acquisition technology could be applicable, and the adapting daily assistance based on the clinical finding or just training protocol based on daily activity living. And 2 parties have exchanging the information each other. That could be seamless healthcare. And actually, technically, there are so many challenges. For example, data standardization, privacy, or security issue, in-home robot, technically robust or not. And there are so many social challenges. For example, user acceptance level and ethical guideline, and AI-driven decision, is it valuable or not? So solution, we make it together. By using translational research, we can make a collaboration on many stakeholders, multidisciplinary team, and public-private people's partnership, and other educational training program. We can, based on this solution, we can make a challenge. AI robot is not a dream. We are located in here, human and robot. We are end of stage 2, and maybe several years later, we can get start human, robot plus AI. A little cognitive augmentation could be available. So maybe we can look at the manufacturing place, and industry are eager to make a high efficiency, so they do their best to make us some trouble in their application. Maybe 4 or 5 years later, we can do something. But there are so many issues for human dignity or safety or privacy issue, and we should think about that time gap. There are so many brand new technology. We are trying something right now. For example, robot can learn from the demonstration. For example, gait rehabilitation robot, only trial and error is enough. However, the manipulation is more complex. So only based on trial and error approach, that is reinforcement learning, the data is too complex. So for the manipulation, imitation learning is required. So human body on the left-hand side, teaching the robot. And after that, and the position is a little different, robot automatically can catch the ball. That is brand new technology. We do this one, and we can do this one, and next year we can apply to the people with disabilities home. And this is the perspective, and shared autonomy is one of the practical issue. So sometimes machine can do themselves, and sometimes human can do by themselves. But shared autonomy will be important issue, and some easy to understand and technology. For example, smart care space, real world needs, and safety and dignity can be guaranteed. And by this technology, we can empower the people with disability and old adults. This is last slide. The bottom line is technology-driven rehabilitation is AI plus data and shared autonomy. By integrating the care from the clinical to home, we can do something within 3 or 4 years later. Maybe this is big changing period. So we have a lot of technology, and we have a lot of resource, so we can do this one. And 3 or 4 years later, we can share our experience with WHO and other Asian society. Thank you.
네, 멋진 발표해 주신 송원.
Thank you for a wonderful, fascinating presentation. Please give him a big round of applause once again.
Now it's time for the quiz. Before we start the quiz, please note that This is Korean initial sound quiz, so it may be difficult for the international guests to join. We kindly ask for your understanding and hope you still enjoy watching and the fun moment together. 네, 여러분 이제 초성 퀴즈 타임을 한번 가져보려고 하는데요. 두 가지 초성 퀴즈가 있습니다. 점심시간이랑 그리고 휴식시간을 이용해서 두 번의 퀴즈를 드립니다. 정답을 모두 맞히신 분께는 소정의 선물이 기다리고 있는데요. 한 가지 안내 드릴 점이 있습니다. 당첨자 발표가요. 현장에서 이루어지지 않습니다. 조금 더 공정하고 또 정확한 확인을 위해서 10월 30일에 공식 홈페이지와 이메일을 통해서 발표될 예정입니다. 네, 그만큼 여러분께서 정답을 또 잘 맞추실 수 있는 또 시간이 있는 거겠죠? 온라인으로 접속하고 계신 분들도 화면에 QR 코드를 스캔하셔서 정답을 보내주시면 됩니다. 자, 초성 한번 띄워주시기 바랍니다. 초성, 네. QR 코드로만 보는 건가요? 초성 거기 QR 코드로 들어가시면요. 첫 번째 문제가 있습니다. 첫 번째 문제. 지읒, 이응, 시읒, 히읗. 초성 문제. 자, 앞 글자를 따서 만든 문제인데요. 여러분께서 이렇게 딱 마음에 떠오르시는 게 있을까요? 네. 좋습니다. 그러면은 QR 코드로 정답을 적어주시면 되는데요. 네 글자 안에 우리가 오늘 모인 이유가 들어 있습니다. 힌트를 조금 드리자면요. 우리가 매일 발딛고 살아가는 이 공간을 말하는 말이기도 하고요. 감이 오시나요? 이런 느낌으로 네, 하나만 더 힌트를 드리겠습니다. 이 시간이 끝나면은 제가 더 이상 힌트를 드릴 수가 없거든요. 우리 집 근처, 회사 근처, 뭐 시장, 도서관, 주민센터 바로 거기에 있는 것들을 우리가 이 초성으로 맞출 수가 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 힌트를 드렸습니다. 자, 그리고 이제 곧 중식 안내를 드리겠습니다. Next, we'll guide you to lunch. For the luncheon, we'll kindly ask all distinguished guests to follow the step guidance to move to the dining area. Thank you and enjoy meal. 중식 안내는요. 오찬을 위해 내일 기빈 여러분께서는 스텝을 따라서 이동해 주시기를 바랍니다. 그리고 그 외 참가자 여러분들께서는 지금 그대로 앉아 계시면은 식사가 제공될 예정이니 자리에서 대기하신 채 조금만 기다려 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 여러분 편안한 식사 되시기 바랍니다. The second part of the forum will begin at 1:30 p.m. 포럼 2부는 1시 30분에 시작합니다. Please enjoy your meal and have pleasant luncheon. Thank you. 편안한 식사 되시길 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. May I have your attention, please? The second part of the forum will begin at 1:30 p.m. Please take your seats. 잠시 후 1시 30분부터 2025 WHO 협력 재활 포럼 2부가 시작될 예정입니다. 여러분 자리에 앉으셔서 다음 세션을 준비해 주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. May I have your attention, please? At 1:30, will commence the forum. Please make your way inside the forum and take your seat. 잠시 후 1시 30분부터 2025 WHO 협력 재활 포럼 2부가 시작될 예정입니다. 여러분 자리에 앉으셔서 다음 세션을 준비해 주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 이제 두 번째 세션을 시작하겠습니다.
We will now start the second session. The first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Jody Ann Wills from the WHO Western Pacific Regional Office. One of the most pressing challenges in aging society is the management of the chronic disease. And we were going to have the presentation and followed by a panel discussion under the theme of the direction of rehabilitation in an aging society. Chronic conditions such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and respiratory disorders require long-term care and rehabilitation. It beyond conventional treatment, sustainable rehabilitation strategies are essential. So in this session, we will explore multidisciplinary approaches to chronic disease management as proposed by the WHO, along with the domestic and international policy case studies. The first presentation, again, will be delivered by Dr. Jody Ann Mills from the WHO Western Pacific Regional Office. She has led policy initiatives in rehabilitation, assistive technology, and disability. And she is a recognized expert in global health and occupational therapy. Today, she's going to talk about towards integrated care for healthy aging, multidisciplinary management of chronic disease. So please welcome her with a big hand.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for that introduction. My name is Dr. Jody Ann Mills. I'm a technical officer at the WHO Western Pacific Regional Office. In my role, I'm responsible for rehabilitation as well as assistive technology, long-term care, and disability. Before I begin, I would just like to congratulate the NRC on another very rich agenda at this year's forum, and also to thank you for the ongoing partnership as a WHO collaborating centre. I think the context of ageing populations gives us a lot of scope and opportunity to continue working together. It's also wonderful to see some of our friends from Cambodia joining us today, and I'm looking forward to having further discussions with you over the next couple of days. So today I will be sharing with you about integrated care for healthy aging and multidisciplinary management of chronic diseases. I've really welcomed the theme of this year's forum. Aging is obviously relevant across the world to many countries, but it is especially relevant in our region. Sorry, I'm just getting over weeks of a little bit of a chest infection, so please excuse me for coughing a little bit. But this healthy aging populations are really challenging us to consider how we design and orientate our health systems and how we integrate rehabilitation. Thank you so much within these. So over the next 30 minutes or so, we'll start by just setting the scene and looking at this context a little bit more closely. Before looking at multidisciplinary rehabilitation in the management of chronic diseases, look at the what, where, and how of integrated care, particularly in the context of older populations. Take a little look more specifically at the role of primary care before discussing the potential ways forward. So I mentioned that healthy aging is particularly relevant for our region. Currently we have over 240 million people in our region over the age of 65, and this number is anticipated to double by 2050. I was reflecting that 2050 used to seem like a very far distant horizon, but it is actually only 25 years away and is going to be upon us very quickly. What's really interesting is to see that the population aging is occurring at a very accelerated pace. So while Australia and New Zealand and a few other member states saw this demographic shift occur over a period of 45 years or more, some countries in our region are experiencing it within 15 to 30 years. Countries such as Cambodia, Laos, Korea, and so on. And this means that there is very limited time for policy adaptation and reform to adjust, including within the health sector. And this demographic shift is occurring at the same time as we are seeing a persistent rising trend in the prevalence of non-communicable diseases, as well as very constrained fiscal environments affecting the health sector as well as other sectors. And we know that many member states within our region, higher income as well as lower income, are ill-equipped to really manage the surge in demand for care. And this is particularly problematic in the context of rehabilitation capacity. The impact of aging on health systems is very heavily linked with that corresponding NCD burden. The graph that you're seeing here is really showing the percentage of total deaths from non-communicable diseases over time. Some countries, such as Laos and Cambodia, will see a doubling of deaths related to NCDs from the period of 2000 to 2040. We often use mortality is a very useful metric in health, but what we are potentially more interested in is the association of the rising prevalence of NCDs and the years lived with disability. Essentially, as populations age, we are going to be seeing more people living longer with higher levels of disability, and this is the challenge that health systems are really having to face. This graph shows the distribution of a number of different types of non-communicable diseases across the population. The bottom graph there shows the prevalent cases per 1,100 population, while the top is showing years lived with disability. And the trend in both of those is really indicating to us what we already know, that as populations age, we are seeing high rates of disability and more older people living with disability. And this is really reiterating why healthcare planning and support services become increasingly important as populations age. The burden of disability grows dramatically with population aging, and this is affecting quality of life for a very large proportion and a growing proportion of older adults. We've seen different iterations of this graph over this morning. I imagine that it will be sort of embedded in our minds by the end of this forum. And I think most of people in this room will really appreciate that rehabilitation is a core strategy to support healthy aging, and that it should be a serious part of policy and health system reform in response to aging populations. But outside of these walls, and what we observe in many countries, is that there is still quite a limited understanding of what rehabilitation is and the value that it brings to population health in particular. And here it can be quite useful to frame rehabilitation in a way, as a way to maintain functional ability over time in the context of declining intrinsic capacity or in the context of a health condition. This is a figure similar to those others that you have seen this morning from WHO's World Report on Aging Populations. The red line that you're seeing at the bottom there is that a decline in intrinsic capacity that we know sort of inevitably occurs as people age. The blue line above it is the trend or the potential trend of functional ability, and the key point here is that that trend doesn't necessarily need to follow that of intrinsic capacity. What we are aiming to do is keep people's functional ability or maintain that functional ability to an optimum level in the context of declining functional ability, such as through the provision of assistive products, environmental modifications, task adaptation, and other such rehabilitation interventions. And this is a key defining feature of rehabilitation. It's really orientated around functional ability rather than being targeting the underlying pathology or the underlying health condition. Rehabilitation professionals don't disregard somebody's diagnosis, obviously. It's an important part of evidence-based treatment plan. But rather than targeting that health condition, we are interested in how someone's health condition or health conditions are impacting their mobility, their cognition, their mental health, their vision, their hearing, communication, and self-care. Basically, we're concerned with how it's affecting their functional ability. And why is this really important with healthy aging or in the context of the older population? Well, multimorbidity, when we're talking about people having 2 or more different health conditions, becomes increasingly common as people age and is thus becoming increasingly prevalent in populations. Studies from China suggest that as 30 to 50% of older people have multimorbidity, and studies from Australia, Singapore, and some other countries, Japan, seem to have similar sorts of rates. So we know that this is very common among the older population. I recall from my previous professional life as an occupational therapist, it was very normal to open up the chart of someone who is 65 years or older and see a long list of comorbidities, hypertension, diabetes, fracture, cognitive decline. It was not something that would shock us in the slightest, and as a rehabilitation professional, we would be putting those all together to think about the potential impact that would be having on someone's functioning. But this is a challenge in many health systems where services and the workforce are really orientated around specific conditions rather than on holistic integrated care. Conventional approaches in health systems are really, still focused on individual diseases and consider patients really in the context of somebody with a specific disease. Often this is driven by sort of disease-specific guidelines or protocols that shape how care is delivered, whereas in the real world, in reality, people have multiple different conditions that are interacting in different ways, and of course interacting with their environment and their personal life as well. For the person, this can also be problematic. It can mean that they're seeing people that are giving them different goals, different treatment plans, probably prescribing different interventions or different home programs. And it can really, what we're seeing is that it can really jeopardize compliance with programs. And I think we could all sympathize with how that would feel and why that could occur. Many older people will experience, as I said, a range of functional limitations underpinned by several different health conditions. And what we know is that the competencies to address these different health conditions and the impairments that they result in are typically represented by a number of different professionals or a number of different skill sets. Which means that many older people are going to be benefiting from multidisciplinary care or interdisciplinary care as well. So multi-morbidity is really something that should be shaping how we design the services and how we should be organising and planning our workforce. There are several challenges to this, of course. We know that there is low rehabilitation workforce capacity in many countries, and we're talking about quite severe shortages, in some instances the complete absence of particular occupational groups that would be providing what we would consider quite critical interventions for older people. Speech therapists, for example, sometimes occupational therapists are completely absent from a health system, or the numbers that are there are really negligible in terms of the needs of the population. We also see workforce concentrated in more tertiary settings when we know that chronic disease management and a lot of the conditions experienced by older populations are best managed in the communities and close to people's homes. There's also a lack of recognition of the role and value of rehabilitation in the management of non-communicable diseases and chronic conditions. It can sometimes still be contextualized very much as something that is relevant to the post-acute stage after, for example, acute trauma or an injury, for example, rather than something that can be relevant from much earlier on in the process. And of course, we are challenged by fragmented models of care. So what is integrated care? WHO's definition, in true WHO style, quite lengthy and wordy, it describes it as the management and delivery of health services so that people receive a continuum of care, a continuum of health promotion, disease prevention, diagnosis, treatment, disease management, rehabilitation, and palliative care services according to their needs over time that is coordinated across different levels and sites of care within the health system. A more simple version is simply that integrated care is the coordination of health services across different providers, settings, and time to deliver seamless person-centered care. Essentially, integrated care means ensuring that one's healthcare providers, whether that's their family doctor, specialists, therapists, nurses, or others, are working together as a team, sharing information, communicating, and coordinating their treatment so that the person receives the right care at the right time without unnecessary duplication. The goal is really to make healthcare feel like one system rather than a collection of separate and disconnected services. It sounds really beautiful on paper, but of course we can appreciate that in practice this is much harder to actually pull off or to implement. So what integrated care looks like is really dependent on the context, and rightly so. It should be shaped according to what is really needed and relevant in the health system. But we do seem to see quite a few sort of common characteristics or characteristics by which we would define integrated care. The first would be a multidisciplinary comprehensive approach, and we heard a little bit about this from Professor Chris Poulos earlier today. Here we're looking at an assessment of functioning, so not just assessments relevant to a health condition that are concerned with intrinsic capacity as well as environmental factors as well. We're looking at self-management support, so really empowering a person to be an active and informed participant in their care rather than a passive active participant rather than a passive recipient. And we also want to be really making sure that we're taking care of the support for caregivers as well. Integrated care is also about the use of case managers or care coordinators in the context of more complex cases. So having a dedicated role to coordinate across a range of different professionals and providers. And finally, the application of individual care plans. So developing care plans with the person and their family in partnership that factors in the social, cultural, and environmental considerations and is shaped around their personal goals. So it's really bringing it all together in a way that is centered around that person and is highly coordinated. If we were to visualize this, it would possibly look something like this. So we know that, particularly among older people, we are seeing people with chronic conditions and multiple chronic conditions that are resulting in declining intrinsic capacity, functional limitations, and quite complex needs. And this is requiring the skill sets of multiple different professions. Multidisciplinary care, though, is at risk of bombarding people with too many different fragmented approaches to care, different interventions, different care plans, different goals, and can create really lose people in the system. Integrated care is bringing those people together, those different disciplines and different services, in a way that is coordinated, where there is good communication and which is centered around the person. And that's ultimately what we're talking about here. So it may seem that because integrated care is a more sophisticated model of care and a more sophisticated way of delivering multidisciplinary care, that it would be more expensive. But evidence is actually suggesting that it is potentially more cost-effective, as well as improving different health outcomes. And that's really because of the role that it has in reducing hospital administrations or readmissions. We're really seeing strong evidence that integrated care is linked to improved quality of life, reduced readmission rates, and shortened lengths of stay in hospital. So of course there may be an investment in establishing and building these models of care, but they do pay dividends further down the line, particularly in terms of reducing burden from the tertiary system. So I guess the most important or challenging question of all is how. How do we approach the implementation or the integration of this model of care into policy and service design? Really, we need change at the macro, meso, and micro level. So at the macro level, we're talking about really building an ecosystem in which integrated care can effectively be implemented. So we need that health workforce that's equipped with the competencies to meet the scale and scope of needs within the older population and the broader population as well. We need unified information systems or data sharing systems that effectively enable workers and providers to be able to communicate with each other and keep information in a coordinated way. We need coordination mechanisms between social and health sectors. We know that people, especially older people, are engaging strongly with both of these sectors, and they need to be working together around a person's needs. We need funding mechanisms that are incentivizing integrated care. Currently, what we can see is that a lot of ways health systems are paying providers is actually encouraging them to sort of work in a more fragmented way, rather than incentivizing them to work together and to be working in partnership. And we need to reorientate services to primary care. So really looking at how we can build the capacity of primary care and community-based service delivery, and not just at the tertiary level. At the meso level, which you could think of as more like the service delivery level rather than the health system level, we want to see multidisciplinary care teams, so workers structured together in teams bringing together different disciplines. We want community engagement and caregiver support services, formal links with social care and support services, and robust bidirectional referral mechanisms. So this is tertiary services and provincial services communicating effectively and moving patients between the community and hospital services in both directions. And at the micro or the service delivery level, we want to see person-centered assessments and comprehensive assessments and integrated care plans. We want to see shared decision-making with people and their families and goal setting. And we want the promotion of self-management so that people are truly empowered in their care. what we tend to see is that those macro actions, those macro sort of preconditions are, really important, but some of the hardest to actually achieve and can take the longest to actually achieve. And what the evidence is suggesting is that, we need to keep working on creating this conducive environment for integrated care, but we mustn't wait until it is in perfect condition, until all of those preconditions are there. There are many examples of where integrated care is being effectively implemented with more of action at the meso and the micro level, which is a little bit easier and quicker to see change and transformation at. So just to take a more concentrated look at primary care, and I think this is a really important part of that, addressing that question of how. Strengthening primary care is critical in efforts to expand access to critical care and address financial hardship. There seems to be very broad agreement that primary care is a cornerstone of integrated care, but there are many, many challenges, of course, in ensuring it can perform its core functions. And when we talk about the core functions of primary care, we are really looking at these 5 that we see here. So firstly, primary care has been a first contact access for people entering the health system. So many health systems, public services exist in hospital settings. With all the primary care services being more private entities, and the capacity and reputation of primary care can sometimes be quite low, so people are not seeking care at this level even if it is there. So there needs to be an investment not only in getting services into communities, but building trust in the communities that will encourage them to utilize those services, and making sure that the quality is there in those services to make sure that they are actually a really good use of investment. The second core function is continuity of care. So some of the challenges we see is, of course, there's a lack of the referral systems and weak service networks, leaving patients with fragmented care that can be cut short and compromise their health outcomes. So there needs to be institutionalized ways of referring people from hospital to primary care providers, and from primary care providers up to tertiary services. The third one is comprehensive care. So as I was saying before, sometimes there can be that real focus on disease-orientated approaches to care, or the use of disease-orientated protocols and guidelines, rather than focusing on holistic approaches to care. Sometimes there's also a real focus on just the curative elements of care, and less focus on the rehabilitation elements or palliative care elements, or even health promotion and prevention elements. So primary care really needs to be looking broadly across all of these different core health strategies. The fourth core strategy is care coordination. So sometimes this can be a real challenge for primary care because they are overburdened and don't have the capacity to take on that coordination role. Sometimes primary care providers will have maybe 5 minutes to see a patient and do the best that they can for them within that time. You ask them to start acting as a care coordinator, and it's really just not feasible. So there needs to be careful planning and resourcing of primary care services to make sure that they can actually take on and perform this care coordination role well without being overly burdened. And the fifth core function is person-centeredness. The challenge to this is, I guess, the perseveration of more traditional roles. So the care provider being, the person dictating care, and the person being a passive recipient, rather than being both clients, really taking a partnership approach to care. And there are also, of course, many different factors feeding into this: health literacy, for example, and the pre-service education of health providers and so on. What we really know is that we need more research into the role of primary care in supporting and enabling integrated care, particularly in the context of older populations. So ways forward. I appreciate that the way forward is, not a simple one, but if I was to narrow it down to just a few key areas, they would be this. Really taking action at that macro level to create that enabling environment for integrated care, meanwhile not waiting for the perfect conditions and really moving ahead with integrated service delivery, even in a less than perfect environment. Embracing competency-based approaches to workforce planning and development, so introducing integrated care within pre-service education and curricula so that health workers are entering the health system feeling empowered and ready to work within integrated and holistic approaches to care. And strengthening care networks across sectors, so mapping, creating service directories, strengthening communication between levels of care and enabling people to navigate these, and adopting an approach to progressive growth grounded in sound strategic planning. So this isn't the type of thing that happens naturally or overnight. It needs a really concerted approach and a concerted effort, and it needs strategic planning to see it actually come to fruition. And strategic planning can have a really important role in getting everybody pulling in the same direction in the context of integrated care that is involving a multiplicity of different actors, different providers across different sectors. This is more critical than ever. So really a few key take-home messages. If I could leave you with anything, it's that with its focus on functioning, rehabilitation is really a core health strategy to support healthy aging, and it needs to be a serious part of Ministries of Health's response to the aging populations. Multidisciplinary care is essential in the context of multimorbidity, which we know is highly prevalent and increasing in populations as they age. And integrated, people-centered health services fight health system fragmentation and foster greater coordination and collaboration with organizations and providers across care settings to deliver health services that are better aligned to their needs. Essentially, we know that people can often feel lost and uninformed in the system, and sometimes this prevents them from seeking care at all. People want to be seen, they want to be treated as a whole person, and integrated person-centered health services means putting people in their communities, not diseases, at the center of health systems and empowering people to be active participants in their own healthcare. I will leave it there. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Before the presentation begins, Judy Ann Mills shared her attachment note on the screen to help everyone. We could truly feel her passion and willingness to help. Thank you for the enthusiastic presentation. 네, 발표해 주신 조디 앤 밀스 박사님께 감사의 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 이어지는 발표는 홍콩 재활연구소 연구 아드보카시 부분 컨설턴트 찬 아이리스 연사님께서 진행해 주십니다. 찬 연사님은 홍콩에서 재활 연구와 사회 서비스 정책을 연계하며 환자의 접근성을 높이는 활동을 이어오셨는데요. 특히 1차 의료와 재활의 통합 관련해 부분 간 협력을 촉진하고 정책 대화를 강화하는 데 매진해 오셨습니다. 오늘은 만성질환 고령자의 재활 서비스 접근성 향상을 위한 정책 사례로 1차 보건의료 통합을 통한 재활 접근성 형태 Increasing access to rehabilitation through primary healthcare integration, the Hong Kong experience, 홍콩 지역의 사례를 중심으로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 연사님을 따뜻한 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iris Chan, and I'm a consultant for research and advocacy from the Hong Kong Society for Rehabilitation, which is a charitable, non-governmental organization specialized in rehabilitation and based in Hong Kong. Today, we are in great honor to be invited by National Rehabilitation Center to present here about the Hong Kong experience in integrating access to increasing access to rehabilitation through primary healthcare integration, the Hong Kong experience. Over the next 30 minutes, we will follow this agenda. First, we will look at some background information, which probably many of you have already heard from previous presenters about the shifting global burden of diseases. And then we will introduce the primary healthcare blueprint in Hong Kong, which is Hong Kong's strategic response. And then we will focus on the policy driver, the district health center model under this blueprint. And then we will talk about the challenge we met and way forward before we finally come to our conclusions. Okay, we already know that our disease paradigm is changing from infectious disease to chronic conditions, and in the upcoming 2 or 3 decades, non-communicable disease will still be increasing. More importantly, 1 in 3 people will need rehabilitation, which means represents 63% increase from 2009 to 2019. I want to highlight that for those 65 or above, most rehabilitation came from musculoskeletal disorders, sensory impairments, neurological disorders, and chronic respiratory diseases. And WHO Western Pacific region record the highest need of rehabilitation services. Okay, we're back to Hong Kong. Hong Kong, like many other developed countries, we are facing a rapidly aging population and an increase in the prevalence of chronic diseases. By 2039, there will be 1 in every 3 people aged 65 or above in Hong Kong. And in 2021, the percentage of people with chronic health conditions and receiving healthcare service from the public sector in Hong Kong was 31%, which is around 2.2 million. It will reach 3 million by 2039. The Hong Kong healthcare system is no longer sustainable. It is under increasing pressure. It is a system that is based on a dual-track model, combining public and private sectors. I would like to give you some quick orientation on the healthcare system in Hong Kong first. For public sector, which is led by Health Bureau, the service under Health Bureau is heavily subsidized by the government, so it is mostly free to citizens. And under the Department of Health, it manages public health programs and many community clinics. For Hospital Authority, it manages public hospitals, general and specialist clinics, Chinese medicine clinics, and also rehabilitation services in the hospital. However, our private sector, it is largely hospital-centric or treatment-focused, and it is dominated by tertiary and secondary care. On the other hand, for private sector, it comprises of private hospital, private practitioner, and private Chinese medicine practitioners in the community. Our private sector is actually the chief provider of our primary health care, and it accounts for 68% of our outpatient doctor consultation. However, it is highly fragmented, and only 23% of our population have a regular family doctor. Accessibility and equality of healthcare or service in the private sector is very limited because these services are self-financed. Because of this uncoordinated primary healthcare system and also treatment-oriented healthcare system in Hong Kong, many citizens they often go directly to the public hospital for conditions that can be managed in the community. At last, we see that long waiting times for specialist outpatients, clinics, A&E service, heavy doctors' caseload, and a high proportion of non-urgent cases in public hospitals. Besides, the rehabilitation service period is often short in hospital. Subacute and acute average less than a month. Therefore, the Hong Kong healthcare system is no longer sustainable in face of aging population and also increasing disease burden. So, the Hong Kong government released the primary healthcare blueprint in 2022, which marks the shift in the healthcare paradigm or philosophy in Hong Kong. Its core focus is to change the treatment-focused, hospital-centric healthcare system into one that is prevention-focused, community-based, and family-centered. The most relevant to today's topic is that this new primary healthcare system also integrates chronic disease management and rehabilitation to form a care continuum in the community, enabling simultaneous development of primary healthcare and deeper integration of rehabilitation system. There are 8 reform directions under this blueprint. First is establishing the system. It includes developing a community-based primary healthcare system, promoting family doctor for all, and developing management program on chronic disease. There are 4 other directions. However, today we will focus on the first direction because it is the policy driver in this blueprint. We will briefly cover other 4 directions at the end of this presentation. So let's look at the system builds. First, the government improved the existing primary care directory. This directory is an online database containing practice information and professional qualification of primary healthcare providers of various disciplines in the community. This directory was established in 2011 for doctors and dentists only by that time, and then extended to Chinese medicine practitioners in a year later. Recently, in June this year, it was further extended to cover occupational therapists and physiotherapists. Only enrolled care provider can participate in government-subsidized primary healthcare programs, and registered professional must do continuing professional development. As you can see in later slides, this directory actually helps build a network of service providers who can support the new primary healthcare initiatives in the community. Second, also the policy driver is the establishment of district health center model. Starting from 2019, the government progressively established district health center and district health center express. We call them DHC and DHCD. DHCD is a smaller counterpart of DHC or a transitional form of DHC, while DHC is a bigger center. Yeah. DHC and DHC were established by the government as resource hub in the community for primary health care. The aim of them is to strengthen medical and social collaboration and public-private partnership in the community to support primary health care. And in Hong Kong, we have 18 districts. The government is doing their best to setting up DHC and DHCD to cover all 18 districts. Up to October this year, we have DHC in 8 districts and DHCD in the remaining 10 districts. And HKSL, our organization, is operating 2 DHCD, and one of it will be upgraded to DHC this December. And I would like to also highlight that all these centers are subsidized by the government but operate by the NGOs. Yeah. So let's look at what are the service contents of these centers. Both DHC and DHCD, they provide 3-tier primary healthcare services in a one-stop model from primary, secondary to tertiary prevention. On the primary level, there are health promotion, advisory and counseling services, and educational programs to drive lifestyle changes for chronic disease prevention. And on the secondary level, there are health assessment, screening to facilitate early identification of diseases. On the tertiary level, there are chronic disease management program and rehabilitation support service to help slow down disease progression. As such, rehabilitation here is not only important at late stage of disease, but it intervenes early in the disease stage to help prevent complication and help promote longer-term health. On the tertiary prevention level, we have chronic disease management program on specific diseases. These conditions are very common in Hong Kong, especially among elderly people. For example, diabetes mellitus, hypertension, musculoskeletal disorder, and we also have community service programs on hip fracture, post-acute myocardial infarction, and stroke. Notably, DHCE provide up to chronic disease management, while DHC also cover community rehabilitation services. This is the most important part about DHC and DHCE. To serve as a resource hub in the community, both DHC and DHCE operate with interdisciplinary teams, including OT, PT, pharmacists, alongside nurses and social workers, etc. Besides, these centers, they do not work alone. They work closely with a network service provider, which is a group of contracted private healthcare and allied health practitioners who can provide individualized healthcare and rehabilitation individualized sessions to patients from DHC and DHCE. These network providers, as you can see here, include many different professionals. OTPD are one of them, optometrists, podiatrists, dietitian, Chinese medicine practitioner, etc., etc. Also, the center have clear role division with the network service provider, while the center, DHC and DHCE, they mainly focus on providing care coordination, nurse clinic, and group-based disease self-management programs. If the clients, they show individualized needs relating to healthcare or rehabilitation, they will be referred to this contract network service provider for services. I said they are contracted because they have contract with the government. They are subsidized, partly subsidized by the government to provide this service. Yeah. Okay, then out of these contracted services, the center also collaborate closely with other social care and community organization. In this relationship with this community organization, they act as link workers in the social prescribing model. Whenever there are clients who have long clinical needs approaching the center, they may refer them to this social service organization or community organization to provide a one-stop solution. As you can see here, how the DHC and DHCE foster public-private partnership and also medical-social collaboration. For the service process in the center, it largely follows a protocol-driven process. People aged 6 or above, they will be referred by many different organizations or any people, and not only their doctors actually. And they can also self-approach the center. And all clients, once they enter the center, they follow a very similar kind of journey. First, they will receive a standardized health risk assessment that screens for common health risks. And for elderly, they will also receive visual and cognitive function check. And after the assessment, all clients will be invited to match with a family doctor from the primary care directory based on their own preference. They join this on voluntary basis. We cannot force them, but the DHC will encourage them to do so. Afterwards, after the assessment, they will be triaged to different services based on their health risks. For those without health risks, they may be recommended by the DHC or DHCE for primary and secondary prevention interventions according to their life course. Yeah. If they have health risks, they may receive health consultation and counseling or other disease self-management programs from DHC or DHCE. If they were referred by their family doctor or other doctors, they may be further referred to network service provider for personalized healthcare or rehabilitation interventions according to the prescription of the doctors. For all clients, they will at least receive annual reassessment provided by the center, that is the DHC or DHCE workers, in order to check their progress. For those who with higher health risks, they may receive more frequent follow-up by the center. Okay, on top of the current journey that we just introduced, actually, there is a flagship program in DHC and DHCE, the Chronic Disease Co-Care Pilot Scheme. This scheme was launched by the government in November 2023, which is a 3-year pilot project. It is a key primary healthcare initiative coordinated through DHC and DHCE in collaboration with family doctors. This scheme actually is an example of an integrative approach to promote family doctor for all and form a care continuum from early identification to disease prevention to complication prevention and lastly rehabilitation. In its pilot phase, this scheme, CDCC scheme, it targets on the most common, I can't say most common, but very common chronic conditions among elderly, including the diabetes, hypertension, and high blood lipids. We call it 3 highs. And because it is preventive in nature, it starts with Hong Kong resident aged 45 or above. These are the eligible participants who with no known medical history of diabetes mellitus or hypertension. In practice, when the client is, when eligible clients enter the DHC or DHCE, they will be invited to receive screening on diabetes, hypertension from their matched family doctor. If they are screened with the disease, they will receive treatment from their doctors. Their doctors, according to their clinical results, may refer them to chronic disease self-management program provided by the center or other individualized nurse clinics or allied health individual session as needed. Usually these are provided by the network service provider. So you can see it includes screening, treatment, rehabilitation, and chronic disease management in a one-stop manner. And I would like to highlight that both the screening and treatment phase are subsidized by the government. That means based on a co-payment scheme, that means a patient, they need to pay a part of the fee while the remaining is subsidized by the government. So previously I have repeatedly mentioned about the chronic disease management program in DHC and DHCE. This slide shows the effectiveness results of the hypertension and diabetes disease management program taking place in our organization, DHCE. HKSR at DHCE. As you can see, this program is called a Patient Empowerment Program with 6 sessions. As you can see from the result, actually after the program, the patients show significant improvement in their disease management skill and also healthy behavior. As for the overall effectiveness of CDCC scheme, according to the latest result released by the government, the enrollment rates up to May 31st this year already reached 65.6% of the target set by the government. And among those enrolled, the screening completion rate reached 60%. And among those screened, around 40% were diagnosed with prediabetes, DM, HT, or hyperlipidemia. from the result of another commission study, it showed that the scheme attained an overall high satisfaction score. And also, over 90% participants report improved self-health management capacities. All these results show support to the acceptability and effectiveness of the CDCC scheme. The low back pain and osteoarthritic knee pain management programs also adopt a co-care model between DHC, DHCE, family doctors, and network service providers. Family doctors refer patients to DHCs for self-management and or individualized rehabilitation sessions. Upon receiving the patient, DHCs enroll them to the patient empowerment program and refer them to network service provider for therapy, individualized therapy or rehabilitation. Notably, the individual sessions are subsidized under a government co-payment scheme, offering up to 8 to 12 treatment sessions depending on the type of diseases. This model makes rehabilitation more accessible for these common chronic conditions in the community. Likewise, the community rehabilitation programs also operate with a similar mechanism, except that the DHC also receive referrals from the public hospitals. This allows patients to continue with rehabilitation in the community after they complete acute and subacute rehabilitation in hospitals, providing a seamless care across settings. Outreaching is used by most DHC and DHCE in bringing disease prevention and rehabilitation closer to the community. For example, our center collaborates with community organizations to reach grassroots workers. Although we may not be providing rehabilitation through the outreach activities, we identify high-risk individuals and recruit them to our center, where they can receive more thorough assessment and eventually be triaged to suitable support service. Different centers also run value-added programs beyond their regular mandate. At HKSR, we developed a mobile app called Health in Mobile for people with diabetes or hypertension. The app promotes healthy behavior change using motivational interviewing techniques to develop 90 health message and deliver self-management skills. A Wales RCT showed that the participants using the app had significantly improvements in various health behaviors compared to the control group. Another initiative is the mutual aid self-help mesh groups for chronic disease patients. These groups are led by trained volunteers in the community who support patients in maintaining their healthy diets, active lifestyles, and effective disease self-management. Both initiatives help extend and sustain the center's service impact. Now, let's shift from the service system itself to governance. The government established the Primary Healthcare Commission under the Health Bureau, which is a new statutory body to oversee Hong Kong's primary healthcare development. It coordinates service across the Department of Health, hospital authority, NGOs, and the private sector to enhance integration of service and avoid duplication. The Commission also sets service standards, ensures quality assurance, manages resource, and develops new service and management models to strengthen the city's primary healthcare system. To ensure financial sustainability and meet limited healthcare resources, Hong Kong's government also adopt co-payment model on the primary healthcare system, which means sharing costs with patients and encouraging citizens who can afford to pay to use private services. Besides, the elderly, Hong Kong has the elderly healthcare voucher scheme that offers seniors 2,000 Hong Kong dollars annually to access private primary care. To further encourage elderly to use preventive care, the government introduced a reward mechanism to this scheme. For every 1,000 Hong Kong dollars spent on designated preventive services, an additional $500 will be added to the annual voucher amount for the elderly. Okay. Despite all these efforts, some challenges remain. First, rehabilitation is still seen as a specialized or tertiary or secondary service. The link between rehabilitation and primary health care is still weak, and there are no awareness among frontline primary health care teams about rehabilitation. Second, there are community rehabilitation services provided under the Labour and Welfare Bureau, which is another bureau. Often, these rehabilitation services often operate by NGOs. The coordination between these community rehabilitation service and the rehabilitation service provided under DHC and DHCE or other private sector is yet to be clear and comprehensive. Third, community rehabilitation services for mild to moderate disabilities are still limited. Lastly, data sharing between all parties relevant to rehabilitation is still underdeveloped, limiting seamless patient journeys and rehabilitation outcomes tracking and monitoring. Some of these challenges could be adjusted by upcoming government initiatives. In the coming years, the government plans to further strengthen the primary healthcare system by upgrading the remaining DHCE into DHC, expanding the CDCC scheme to include hepatitis B, and promoting community drug formulary and pharmacy programs to better support chronic disease management in the community. The government will also introduce qualification and training requirements for all enlisted primary healthcare providers. In addition, new legislation will be established to help to allow the Primary Healthcare Commission with authority to define service providers, monitor quality, set standards for private primary care service, and also conduct audits to ensure service quality. Meanwhile, we previously talked about the data sharing. We have an e-health system existing in Hong Kong, but it only used for storing some patient information for record. But the government is going to enhance this e-health system to better integrate service from different providers, allowing more effective data sharing across the primary healthcare network. The WHO has made it clear that rehabilitation is essential health service alongside prevention, promotion, treatment, and palliation, and it should be integrated into primary healthcare, bringing the service closer to the community for easy access and be covered under universal service coverage. In conclusion, we believe the Hong Kong Primary Healthcare Blueprint is its direction is in line with WHO recommendation. They do this by shifting our focus from treatment to prevention and early intervention, explicitly integrating chronic disease self-management and rehabilitation into the primary healthcare model, empowering individuals to manage their health actively, and most importantly, they strengthen community-based care through DHC model, providing accessible and coordinated settings for this service. This is the end of the presentation. Thank you for your attention.
이 세션에 선생님의 큰 열정이 느껴졌습니다.
Now we will have the third presentation delivered by Dr. Bong Shi-gu. Hospital Director of IM Rehabilitation Hospital. He is a distinguished expert who has dedicated his career to enhancing functional recovery and quality of life for patients in Korea's rehabilitation medicine field. And he has actively participated in the global cooperation project in order to make comparison across the world, making a huge contribution in the field. He's going to talk about policy cases to improve access to recovery phase rehabilitation services for older adults. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Nice to meet you all. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts. Korea, now in transition to become a super-aged society, and given that, what will be the effective and practical ways to maintain our society to be efficient and effective? Today, I'd like to talk about some of the result findings and policies which have been implemented in this field by sharing my thoughts and experience. This is the content I'm going to talk about today. Why recovery rehabilitation is required. We often, it is convalescent rehabilitation. I will refer it to as CONRE, and post-acute intensive rehabilitation treatment system in advanced countries, and Korea's intensive CONRE treatment system and future outlook and challenges. Why do we need CONRE? In particular in Korea, this table represents it well. The aging population exceeds used to be 7%. Now it exceeds 20%. It only took 24 years, probably the fastest, the rapidest across the world. And for example, from 14% to 20%, which meaning from an aged society to a super aged society, it only took 6 years. This is unprecedented experience, which you can never experience anywhere else than Korea. And the issue lies in, of course, money expenditures. And in terms of the current health expenditure, the speed of increase in share is really fast. So in 2022, South Korea's current health expenditure exceeded that in GDP member countries. Maybe we can make a comparison with Japan in order to see how serious the current trend here in Korea really is. So this is the comparison between Japan and Korea. Red represents Korea, while the blue represents Japan. You will see it as a big difference because it is expressed in money term. However, still the share in the GDP, the share taken in the GDP still let you know that the condition here in Korea is really bad. When the share was at 17%, current medical expenditure for Korea was 1.61 times greater than that in Japan. So this is the Japan's medical and long-term care reform, which took place in 2015. And the key is to rearrange beds in hospitals in Japan, because that is to reduce the number of beds for acute phase and to expand the number of beds for recovery phase. And by doing so, they are trying to make a transition from the inpatient care to outpatient care. And such reform is now creating a lot of fruitful results, and that is also the direction of Korea in the future. In terms of the hospital beds by function, you can see the bed for rehab only accounts for 0.5%. Why does that happen? There are many reasons behind that. So that says that we don't really implement effective and efficient rehabilitation services. I'd like to briefly touch upon the cases in a few countries. These are the countries which are all experiencing super-aged society. The common thing in these countries is one thing. They are very active in implementing and providing the intensive rehabilitation services, care. Germany, the Reha clinic is essential that allows patients to be discharged from hospitalization early and then linked to rehabilitation. So rehabilitation before nursing is the principle that Germany is taking. So 4 hours a day treatment is provided. And for the payment system, it is a daily flat rate system. And that is similar in France. Of course, France is undergoing a lot of difficult financial times right now. And it is called SSR. Of course, now it is revised into SSM. That is to focus more on medical services. And that is to have continuity and rehabilitation care. And that's the value they are putting a lot of effort into. That is for various disease entities. So that once again try to return patients back to the society. And in Japan, it is focused on recovery phase rehabilitation work. So the principle, it is characterized by the principle of prioritizing rehabilitation. So usually they are allowed to admitted to hospital from 3 to up to 6 months. So by looking at these countries in the super-aged society, KONRI is really essential. And institutions providing such services must be accessible across the nation. What about the status in Korea? Starting from 2017, convalescent rehabilitation pilot project was launched. That is for brain injury, and spinal cord injury, and musculoskeletal disorders and amputations were covered. And the pilot project lasted for 2 years, and as a result, in 2020, the first recovery phase project was launched. So 45 institutions were designated as a recovery phase rehabilitation medical institutions, and starting from March 2023, the second round of the project also started, which includes 53 institutions. So in terms of staffing standards, there are we have specialists for 40 patients and nurse 126 and physiotherapist 129 and OT 112 and patients 40% or more should be recovery phase rehab patients. There are 3 different reimbursement factors. The first one is the hospitalization fees, and that is for so there are 3 different categories: rehab, treatment 1 and 2 and 3. As you can see on the table, the reimbursement per hour amounts to around 13,000 won to 72,000 won, according to the category of treatment. So this is the trend in rehabilitation beds. The trend looks similar to that in Japan. So there are about 77.3 beds per 100,000 population for Conwy, while we have 19.8 beds. So the trend is moving in a similar way that Japan had moved previously. And this is the research findings over such patients. And there are very interesting points. So from 2020 to 2023, which was the first project phase, so in the first year, more than 8,700 patients were received the treatment, and by each year, the number has increased to 18,000 people. And the total number, you can also see the total number kept rising. So for example, and this is the part where the most claims took place. So the overall medical fees also continue to rise. And these findings show that the proportion of Conwy patient was around 40%, and it kept increasing to 57 and 64% at the end of the last year, which was the 3rd year of the phase 2. And what about now? Currently, do you think the proportion, the share, increased or decreased? In fact, the share reduced to 55%. Why did that happen? Because there are some issues regarding the criteria for Conwy patients. Because the criteria for the Conwy is quite limited, so while there are a growing number of rehab institutions, the number of Conwy patients decreased. The proportion of Conwy patients should have been increased, but once again, due to the policy criteria, the number actually declined. So there are 16. We have 16 local governments, and 17 if we include the Sejong city, and Ulsan and Sejong and South Jeolla, which failed to meet such conditions, criteria. So in these regions, patients do not really have access to convalescent rehab services. While the average percentage is 19%, which in terms of the Conwy beds. some patients in some areas are not allowed to receive such services, such care, and that is really due to a loophole in the government policies. So it should be the implementation of the policy should be very sophisticated and should be region customized and tailored to the conditions of the regions. So you can see the first and the second round, and during the second round, the competition between rehabilitation institution became even fiercer. And however, if we compare it to Japanese situation, the difference between the extreme regions is quite lower than that in Korea. So this, I mean, among many issues regarding I'd like to show you a few pictures. So in the general hospitals, I mean, it was a professor. It's a professor from a general hospital, and his family was in condition who should receive Can't-Re services. However, while such Can't-Re services available in that hospital, that person wanted to have the treatment somewhere else. So if such a patient visits the clinic or rehab units, they are actually allowed to have Can't-Re treatment, rehabilitation at an affordable and even very lower cost, thanks to the national insurance system. But they are not really knowledgeable about Can't-Re. Sometimes professors, I mean the medical doctors in general hospitals or at a tertiary institution says that no such a rehabilitation treatment is required for this patient. Sometimes that happens. And this is also a case. Yes, for BPHA case patient. However, this patient, this is the patient with the THRA, and this patient is allowed to have a hospital admission for 60 days. However, as he was relatively young to recover relatively rapidly, so he was discharged at the 51st day of his admission, while he was allowed to have 10 days more Can't-Re services. And the second patient, due to the policy criteria, the patient was only allowed to be hospitalized only for 30 days, and the patient had periprostatic fractures. So it was not appropriate to discharge the patient within 30 days, but once again, to the policy forced the patient to be discharged from the hospital, and the patient was transferred to the local long-term care facility. And this is the patient who was in a poor condition. As you can see, the condition in the picture shows it requires a longer period of rehabilitation. However, the suffering was not originated by fracture, so the patient was not eligible, was not entitled to receive rehabilitation. However, if the structure was different to allow this patient to receive rehabilitation, he would be able to return home safely and healthy as earlier as possible. And sometimes a lot of people often say that there is something wrong with the public health care. I mean, the healthcare system here in Korea is quite unique. In the public healthcare, I mean, in Korea, the hospital beds from private sector accounts for more than 90%, while the global average is like less than 30%. It's quite different from the world, and once again, it is attributed by the government policies. In the past, I mean, long time ago, the number of public beds was greater than in a private sector. But through the medical institutions, the policy allowed to establish more beds in the private sector, and that also has led to greater current medical expenditures in the public sector. It's difficult to define the public health care. And when it comes to the public health care, it is really difficult to define even across the world. And in Korea, we often talk about the definition of the public health care because we have quite a unique system. And there are probably 4 different types. One is public medical institutions owned by the government. And the second, in terms of the function, we can also distinguish public healthcare from the private. And third, and in terms of the social welfare system, it has a different target. I mean, we often say the public sector targets the marginalized, the economically difficult, and those in need or those with disabilities. However, the condition is quite different. People often see the public healthcare as a sector which creates a huge deficit because they are providing services to the low-income people. And people often say the deficit created in the public health care is the good deficit because it is to provide medical services to the marginalized. However, this is the condition, or probably this is the culture or the policy situation which you cannot see anywhere in the world. Probably Korea is where most medical services is provided by the private sector while controlled by the government. And the medical fee is the same whether that is the private or public sector. So we may see every single medical institute as the public one because once again it receives the same medical fee according to the reimbursement system. And even also, for example, there are many different steering committees which is to control or monitor various policies. And heads of those 53 designated rehabilitation medical institutions were not included as a member of these steering committees. That means this committee cannot see the reality of what is really going on in the market, since it does not include the actual the members or the heads of the designated institution. And there's something weird, awkward in terms of the number of beds in the public health care. As you can see, the targets of increase in the number of beds are the same for Gwangju and Incheon, while their situation is quite different. How did they came up with such target? The target was made based on the number of patients. However, you have to think about how the patients who receives rehabilitation service actually are provided such services. Rehabilitation services are mostly provided in near patients' places, right? So even the goal setting in the beginning was done inappropriately. So what I try to emphasize as follows. So we have gone through, we don't really have to focus on the primary and secondary and tertiary medical institution, because I think this system really doesn't work. So for example, back in 2000, at that then administration actually eliminated the healthcare system. At the moment, they established a healthcare system where people can have access to any type of care institutions. So from this pyramid shape, medical delivery system should be transitioned into the matrix type system. For example, there should be the the hospitals should be arranged by functions with the primary institution, primary care on the bottom. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to maintain the current healthcare system. Recently, I had a chance to visit Ukraine. This is the Kyiv, the capital city. Here at this square, there are memorials to pay respect to many people killed during the democratization phase. And there are also a series of photos of soldiers who died from the war. I visited there because there are so many amputated soldiers left untreated. So I was asked to visit there, and it was really hard, devastating to see these soldiers. Also here in Korea, we experienced the civil wars twice, and when I was young, I remember seeing soldiers amputated, and now that's what we can see in Ukraine. They are not. They cannot even think about going through rehabs because it's not really available. And Korea has a strong system for rehabilitation now. I hope that we can really make a contribution to providing such services here in Ukraine and other countries. We cannot just wait all the problems to be resolved. We will never see any time for that, because on site there are conflicts and there are issues. However, at the same time, we should talk with them and we should communicate in order to partially resolve issues there. So I briefly share the situations of rehab in Korea. If there are any other questions, feel free to ask. We may continue with the discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Wu. Thank you. Please give him another round of applause.
We'll now take a short break before the next session. After the break, the discussion session will follow with today's speaker. Please return to your seats by 3:20 p.m. For our international guests, please note that this quiz is based on Korean characters, so it might be challenging, but don't worry. Your smiles and cheers and encouragement are more than enough to join in. 네, 잠시 후 다음 세션을 시작하기 전에 휴식 시간을 갖겠습니다. 휴식 후 토론 세션이 마련되어 있는데요. 오늘 발표하신 연자님들을 모시고 고령 사회 속 재활의 방향에 대한 논의 및 질의응답을 가질 예정입니다. 3시 20분까지 착석하시면 됩니다. 점심시간에 나간 퀴즈 그리고 또 퀴즈가 이번에 하나 지금 더 나가거든요. 맞추시는 분께 6분을 선정해서 선물을 드릴 예정입니다. 한 가지 안내해 드린다면 당첨자 발표는 오늘 현장에서 바로 이루어지는 게 아니라 10월 30일에 네, 공식 홈페이지와 이메일을 통해 발표가 될 예정입니다. 자, 여러분 QR 코드 한번 스캔해 주시고요. QR 코드 띄워 주시면 네, 두 번째 문제 나갑니다. 네, 초성이 아까랑 달라요. 네, 히읗, 비읍, 기역. 히읗, 비읍, 기역. 자, 힌트를 드리겠습니다. 단순한 말이 아니라 이런 어떤 하나의 과정을 설명하는 말인데요. 우리 모두가 지나왔거나 지금 겪고 있는 과정입니다. 어려운 시기를 지나서 조금씩 일어나고 다시 웃음을 되찾는 그 시기. 우봉식 병원장님께서 그렇죠? 웃으시는데 그 강의 안에 해답이 숨어 있습니다. 좋습니다. 여러분의 많은 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. Have a short break. Please return to your seat by 3:20 p.m. 휴식 후 3시 20분까지 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다. The next session will begin shortly. Please make your way inside the venue and take your seats. 여러분, 다음 패널 토론 세션이 곧 시작됩니다. 안으로 들어오셔서 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. 이제 오늘 포럼의 마지막 순서인
So now we'd like to proceed with the final session, the panel discussion. In today's rapidly aging world, rehabilitation has become more than just a process of treatment and recovery. Now stands as a key pillar in building a sustainable social care system and enhancing quality of life. In this panel discussion, we'll share experiences, research, and policy insights from different countries and experts. And Professor Yong-il Shin from Busan National University College of Medicine, he's going to serve as a moderator. He currently serves as the president of the Korea Society for Neurorehabilitation and Korean Academy of Orthodontics and Prosthetics. Thank you for the introduction. I am Shin Yong-il from Busan University Hospital. First, I'd like to thank the organizing committee for preparing this event. I'd like to briefly introduce the panels. And Professor Christopher Paulus is with us as a discussant. He's joining us through the online. Would you please give him another round of applause because he was not there in the morning? Thank you very much. And Dr. Judy Ann Mills is with us. And Dr. Iris Chan and Dr. Woo Bong-shik. We have 4 discussants for this session. So basically, we will have the different themes, and we're going to first talk about overall theme. We're going to ask questions each to the panel discussants, and then they will answer accordingly. And second, we are going to talk about policy and system, and the community and service delivery, and integrated health system. And it's another theme for this panel discussion. And we are going to ask a few questions channeled to each discussant. Due to time constraints, we will jump right into the discussion. So it is a question to all panelists. The first question, in your view, what is the single most important paradigm shift required in rehabilitation to meet the needs of a super-aged society? Professor Poulos was going to answer. Poulos is going to answer first, and followed by Dr. Jody Ann Mills and Iris Chan and Ubong-sik. Yes, Christopher, would you please tell us your insights?
Very much. I think that the single most important paradigm shift is to better integrate rehabilitation care and rehabilitation principles into both the aged care systems and the primary care systems, which in Australia are largely separate in their and largely isolated in the way that they operate. There's not enough interaction. And specialist medical services are going to continue to be the ones that are managing significant acute decline in function from catastrophic events that happen, especially for those patients requiring hospitalisation. But there is a role, and it needs to be a paradigm shift for those specialist rehabilitation medicine services to upskill our partners in primary care and better integrate therapy, which is not available in primary care largely in Australia, but there is therapy available in aged care, but they have the missing link of not being very integrated with primary care. So we need to bring those three systems together around a common understanding of what the patient's needs are.
예, 다음은 조디 앤 선생님의.
It's on? Okay. Thank you for the question. I think my response aligns very closely with what Chris has said, and maybe reflects the perception of rehabilitation that I've observed across different member states within the region. I think there's a major paradigm shift that has to happen is recognizing the largely untapped potential that rehabilitation has in the context of prevention and preventing escalation of health conditions and of people into the hospital system unnecessarily. I think we do this much better in some of our more mature health systems, but I think there is a real opportunity to leverage it further in a lot of our lower and middle income countries, utilizing the skills of rehabilitation professionals, particularly in primary care, to help people maintain their functional ability and stay at home longer, be independent for longer, and protect that autonomy. Falls prevention is a really good example of where rehabilitation can play an important preventative role. We know that falls can have a catastrophic financial impact for health systems every year. It can be millions or billions, depending on what currency you're working on. And rehab professionals can play a big role in really reducing the prevalence of falls, just as one example.
예, 감사합니다. 다음 아이리스 찬 선생님.
Okay, my answer quite align with the two speakers just now. A part of integrating into the community setting to be more proactive and change our mindset on reactive rehabilitation means you target on something already happened, you already lost function, and you go for rehabilitation. We have to change our mindset on rehabilitation to be a proactive one, intervene early in the disease process, and also try to sustain or building functional ability for our clients. In order to do so, apart from integrating into the community setting, I would like to highlight the importance of training primary healthcare frontline workers with primary rehabilitation basic skills, and also empower patients and family caregivers through disease self-management skills. Only by doing so, they can also take an active role in promoting this proactive approach. Yes, thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 우봉식 선생님.
네, 감사합니다.
Dr. Wu. The first thing to change the paradigm shift in rehabilitation is the financial sustainability is something we should consider. The reason why we receive rehabilitation is to recover from functionality due to disability. However, in a super-aged society, the financial burden on medical expenditure, the role of rehab, it will be even greater. So from the national budget or financial perspective, we have to see how effective the rehabilitation relief system is for now. And post-acute, patients should be able to access rehab system, and that is really what we are looking for in terms of the paradigm shift. And during the session 1 and 2, probably you heard a lot of answers you have heard from the sessions. So I'd like to ask another question for the overall theme. How can we balance medical rehabilitation with community-based and home-based approaches to ensure continuity of care for older adults? How to strike a balance between these two different sectors? Yes, Professor Paulus.
I think that communication is the key, with a shared understanding of the patient, their comorbidities, and how those comorbidities are impacting function. And I think that having that shared understanding with agreed management plans as well as escalation pathways are going to be the best way to ensure that we've got care covered through different care settings, which will be community, maybe hospital or episodic hospital care, but also then into long-term care if that is required. And I think that technology and the sharing of that key information is going to be a great facilitator to this.
감사합니다. 다음 조디엔 선생님.
Thank you. I think that this question is really getting to the heart of how do we distribute rehabilitation workforce, and how do we organize our rehabilitation services to facilitate continuity of care. We know that historically we do see more concentration of workers and services at the more tertiary level. But when we look at the distribution of need in populations, we see it concentrated at the community level, especially for older populations. So I think we are challenged to really relook at how we organize and distribute workers and services to make sure that it's aligned with where needs exist. Again, really looking to leverage that preventative capability of rehabilitation. But I would just add that there are different models of service delivery that really connect and use both tertiary and community or home-based services. These are not competing types or models of service delivery. They really can work together, and I think what is going to work well in one setting might be different to what works in another. And we need to be very context specific, really consult with communities and understand what model is going to work best for that particular setting based on their readiness and capacity and their needs.
예, 감사합니다. 아이리스 선생님.
When I look at this question, the first thought came to me is how to, they are complementary. Actually, to me, these three type of rehabilitation, they have different function and focus along the recovery journey of a patient. So the crucial problem is how to ensure the transition between this rehabilitation in different settings. And one point, I think that because healthcare resources are always limited, and each setting may have limited resource, and how to maximize the cost effectiveness of the limited resource. I'm thinking, like in Hong Kong, because the public hospital is congested by the non-urgent case. So we come up with a strategy to try to move these people, non-urgent cases, to receive appropriate care in the community, to squeeze more space for those who need subacute for enough length in the public hospital, so that they can receive better care or have better rehabilitation outcome during their golden period. And for community, if we are having a limited resource, we may need to think about caregiver training or tele rehabilitation to help us deliver the professional intervention better, or be more cost effective, as I said. Yeah. And in the community, we may also consider training up volunteers to help support some low-intensity rehabilitation or some maintenance activities. Yes, in order just to boost the capacity in different settings to provide appropriate rehabilitation.
예, 감사합니다. 다음은 우리 우봉 교수님.
네.
Yes, Dr. Wu. Yeah, post-medical rehabilitation, when it comes to care, patients receiving rehabilitation in the hospital facility have a fear to receive rehabilitation in the community setting. They have a doubt whether they can be well treated, or these staff are knowledgeable, and whether they have expertise. So once again, these patients have a doubt. So we need to eliminate such concerns. So in order to eliminate such worries, the structure, which really, I think it is quite similar across the world. All these sectors or the different institutions are fragmented. And such a system needs to be improved. So if national insurance system can cover rehabilitation services provided in the community setting, I think patients will have a greater chance to move to the community level settings.
Thank you. Actually, those are the things we have been addressing, like acute care is completed, and then how we can have a smooth transition into the community-based rehabilitation. How we can so-called get all this transition right. But as you all mentioned that, the tertiary and the secondary and primary, they should not be compete each other. Instead, they should be in close communication and collaboration to establish more effective care delivery system. That's what I understand. And this is exactly what we are trying to now address. So the Ministry of Welfare is making effort. And I hope that your contribution will facilitate government officials setting the right goal. Thank you. Now, next subject is about policy and system. I'd like to single out Iris Chan for this topic. So what are the key policy drivers or reforms that enable the integration of rehabilitation into Hong Kong's primary healthcare framework?
In my view, the key policy driver under the Hong Kong primary care blueprint is the establishment of the district healthcare model. Inside, you can see that it uses multidisciplinary teams in the center. Not only this, they also form a network service provider to expand their service capacity in terms of rehabilitation and other primary healthcare services. I'm thinking if we ask the DHC team, the district health center team, to provide all these services to the community, it is not impossible, but really impossible. Because on one hand, the community, the citizens, are still not so familiar with preventive rehabilitation. Because we are encouraged them to use, to see rehabilitation as one integral part of a preventive care. Yeah. But they don't think so at this time, at the moment. This is one of the barriers indeed. If we keep all professionals just waiting for clients, it will be a waste of resources. So the government has been very wise. They contract out the OTPT individualized service to the private practitioner in the community. Yeah, it is one of the funding model, I think, so that the operational cost of DHC won't be too high, won't be overload. Still, they can deliver the service based on need. Yeah.
예, 감사합니다. 이어서
Okay.
님께서 홍콩에서
Chan, my question is, in implementing integrated primary care rehabilitation, what are the main barriers encountered, such as workforce, financing, awareness? How are they addressed? So what are the barriers and how are you addressed?
Just now, I also mentioned one barrier, actually. The public awareness on primary care, including rehabilitation, the role of rehabilitation in primary care, is not so high. They don't aware about the importance of them. And because our healthcare system has long been a heavily government subsidized and tertiary oriented healthcare system, the cultural and mindset change takes time. Yeah. So this is one of the barriers. But I think, for example, even for the family doctor, for all this program, we want everyone to have a regular family doctor. But the citizen just have no trust on family doctor. So at the very beginning of the implementation, the enrollment rate was very low. Yeah. Then the DHC, the center, they have to do many outreach, public education to educate the citizen. At the same time, I think that the CDCC scheme, which is the chronic disease co-care pilot scheme that I introduced in the presentation, it is also a very smart move because it integrates its mandate participant to match with a family doctor in this program. They have to match with a family doctor before they enroll to the program. So it kind of get a chance to have the citizen to cultivate some relationship or familiarize with the primary healthcare system and the family doctor system. Yeah.
예, 감사합니다. 아마도 우리나라에서는 지금
Probably in Korea, the family doctor system is available for probably those with a disability, and due to the trust in them, it's not quite active. Probably in Hong Kong, its healthcare system is originated from the one in the UK, so it was well implemented.
One more question to Iris. you said that each district has its own so-called teams. So for example, you recruit the volunteers to engage in the community, like the elderly people, the people with disability, get lots of support for these volunteers. How many people are involved in the voluntary system, and how you can so-called recruit them, how they encourage them to serve as a volunteers? What kind of activity do you do to recruit as a volunteers?
Okay, we actually the number of volunteers are not very great right now, as I know there are around 100 something. Yeah, but for a district, yeah, not very high number, but they have a very specific purpose. Previously, I mentioned in my presentation, we have some mutual aid self-help group, MASH group. This group are led by volunteers that we trained. Yeah, they have a purpose to be there to use peer support to help other DHC center patients who have chronic disease to maintain their healthy lifestyle. What they do actually, because when the volunteers are trained, they let the group, they have the responsibility to think about what to do as well. For example, they can run some self-help groups, discussing some problem, or even cooking together. Because we have another group focusing on mental health. For center participants who have mental health issues identified, we want them to have peer support. So we set up another MASH group specifically for those with mental health and led by a few trained volunteers. Yeah.
I think the peer volunteers are now recruited so that they encourage each other to mutually beneficial. I think that we have a peer support in the realms of the rehabilitation is less developed relatively. I think she shared a very good model for us to emulate. I think the community is now so-called crumbling in the modern society. I think it is a very contextual one.
And the question is channeled to Dr. Wu. So what are the biggest challenges in linking post-acute rehabilitation with long-term care for older adults? Yes, these issues have not been resolved, of course, but for recovery and post-acute, we have even greater issues. Patients, the post-acute patients should receive intensive rehabilitation treatment. Yes, it is allowed. It is provided by the system. But in the long-term care, the current system allows them to receive treatment like 5 hours per day. So it seems that the patients are puzzled when it is like a rehabilitation. They only allowed to have 4 hours, while for long-term care they're allowed to have 5 hours. So maybe it is better to move to this long-term care services. So it seems that there is a competition between these two different factors, and this should be resolved and improved. So the intensive rehabilitation should be there for patients, I mean the post-acute patients, to recover their functional abilities. And in the long-term care, so they should, after that, they should be able to move into the long-term care services, and such a mindset is required, I believe. And followed by that, I'd like to add another question. So from a hospital management perspective, what systems or workforce changes are necessary to meet the growing demand for geriatric rehabilitation? Because it requires a lot of preparation and efforts. I'd like to know how you are dealing with such demands. I said I gave you an example. I mean, the situation here in Korea is quite awkward, just like the Alice in the Weird World. is that we are having growing number of demands in rehabilitation. However, in the in income we face, the insurance does not cover a lot of aspects. So those who need to have such treatment are not allowed to, are not covered by the insurance. So for them to receive a relevant treatment, the criteria, the scope, the coverage should be expanded to include them in the insurance system. So that is not just at a level of a hospital, but at a national level, it should be implemented. And the countries without such a system and a super age society, these are the countries which will see 20% of their population will be the elderly, and they need to be prepared. They need to be prepared for the super aged society, because otherwise they will have a greater burden in the financial system in terms of the current medical expenditure. And the second, another thing we need is as follows: the rehab patients. They need to have a different mindset to receive a service, not just from the tertiary institution. Across the nation, we are building up, in the local setting, in places with 500,000 to 1 million population, there must be more rehab beds implemented. Thank you very much. And I'd like to move on to the next theme. It is about the community and service delivery. Would like to ask questions to Professor Poulos. What are the key challenges in implementing community-based rehabilitation models in rapidly aging societies?
I think that the key challenge is to leverage existing capacity. We have, along with rapidly aging populations, there are less younger people in the workforce able to support those populations through taxation and raising of finances. And so we're not going to be able to create a whole lot of new capacity. Capacity will grow in line with population changes, but we're not going to be able to bring in a lot of new capacity on top of that. So we've got to leverage the existing capacity, and there is existing capacity in the system, but it's not integrated. I think also that those rapidly aging societies, those older populations need to be playing a greater role in maintaining their own functional ability. They need to be better educated and giving the tools to be able to do as long as possible. One of the things with rehabilitation, as opposed to many other medical or health interventions, is we have a strong reliance on exercise interventions and nutrition interventions, and that requires active participation. So it's not like you can take a pill. You've actually got to do the program. And so this idea of self-efficacy, which basically means, if you're not familiar with the term, that older people need to be convinced and have a belief that they can make a difference to their aging journey. If I look back over the last 10 years, I think that there's been much greater community education, particularly in our mass media, particularly through newspapers and online. There's much more known now and communicated with older people around frailty prevention, the importance of exercise in frailty, dementia prevention, those sorts of things. And one way of leveraging the workforce is by much more virtual care. So virtual consultations and virtually delivered therapy, I think, is going to be another way of leveraging. And I think rehabilitation medicine professionals need to be working much closely with primary care physicians. But there is capacity within the aged care system through many visits people will receive in their home care packages, by care workers who have got basic training and variable training, but also allied health assistants and allied health therapists, that many of those people are not working in combination or integrating with primary care. So very rarely do case conferences occur between an aged care provider and a GP, and almost no combined case conference of a rehabilitation medicine professional and a GP and the aged care team. Now, so if we can achieve that integration, there's much capacity there.
예, 감사합니다. 계속해서
Yes, I'd like to continue asking questions to Professor Poulos. So you discussed the needs and challenges of community-based service delivery models. So what have been the most successful approaches in ensuring continuity of care after discharge?
I would have to say that there is no widely available, very successful approach that I see working. Probably the closest one is one that I mentioned very briefly in the talk, which is the Transition Care Program, which is a program for older people who have had a hospitalisation for any reason, but they have functional decline that puts them at risk of long-term care or a high level of community care. And so that program takes them out of the hospital into a community-based program that can run for up to about 12 weeks with a multidisciplinary team. However, there's still a transition at the end of that. So these programs do try and integrate older people back into their primary care, primary care system, but there's still a transition at the end. There is a lot of work in Australia looking at rehabilitation in the home models. So to look at either avoiding a rehabilitation episode following an acute hospitalisation, or having a shortened rehabilitation episode with an episode in the home. But the legislation in Australia for these hospital substitution rehabilitation in the home, or RIF programs, means that if somebody's on this program, they can't access and be funded for primary care. So it's almost working against integration. So many of us are looking at ways that government might support legislative change so that these early discharge programs can be funded as a rehabilitation in the home program, but also allow funding or allow the patient to still access primary care, which would allow much more seamless integration.
예, 감사합니다. 우리 결국은
Professor said rehabilitation to be successful in the community setting. I think it was said we need to really educate the public, right, in order to change our mindset. The local, the community-based education, and based on such education and knowledge, such a system can be settled in the local setting after post-acute phase. And such effort is required. And also in terms of the delivery model, transition care model can be an option. So post-acute rehabilitation, they should be transitioned.
Now, moving on to the next one. My question to Dr. Jody Ann Mills. The question is about integrated health system. So from the WHO perspective, what does it mean by integrated care for healthy aging in practical terms, especially for older adults with multiple chronic conditions?
Yeah, thank you. I think in the simplest terms, integrated care means working together. We're not talking about merging services. We're talking about linking services in a way that connects providers and enables communication and collaboration around the needs of a particular person. And I think in the context of older people, where we know many older people will have multiple different needs and be engaging with a range of different providers, this is where the integrated model becomes especially relevant, and is potentially highly beneficial to both the person and the health system in terms of health outcomes and cost efficiency.
I think that today the most frequently word is the communication. So communication and communication in the delivery system, communication in the community-based integration. So each player has its own roles, but they have to work together in organic manners, so that the older adult with the multiple chronic conditions and the people with the disabilities can settle effortlessly in the communities in terms of the delivery systems. So communication, again, communication is emphasized. So you talk about the communications, but what kind of challenges arise in coordinating among different disciples and how they can overcome?
Sure. I think if you look sort of down to the roots of the issue, you look to sort of pre-service education, we really need to be making sure that health workers are being trained and exposed to integrated models of care early on, that they see them in practice so that when they enter the workforce, they're really embraced. They're seen as something quite normal, not as something extraordinary or extra burdensome. So I think education has a big role to play. And also, of course, within education, really making sure that health workers are made aware of the roles and contributions of other disciplines so that they appreciate what different disciplines are bringing to a client's care and can tap into that effectively. I think financing models is another challenge. We heard from Chris before about, an example of where the way that insurance systems or the way that financing was organized actually created or, introduced a fragmentation into service delivery. This is really challenging. I know even here in Korea with long-term care and rehabilitation and healthcare services, they use different insurance models sometimes, and that means that there can't necessarily be the merging or the integration of services across financing lines. There's no easy answer to this, but I think it does really require a lot of a debate and discussion because it is such an important piece of the puzzle. And finally, as I mentioned in the presentation before, information systems can be a critical piece. They can allow data and information to flow and be shared between providers and just make care more cohesive. And it goes back to that piece on communication.
감사합니다.
Thank you. So in a nutshell, the second mostly mentioned one is the education, training. So integration and education are the key motivation and drivers for the integrated rehabilitation. And awareness is very important. We have to embrace this concept of integrated rehabilitation. Before that, we have to provide enough data and evidence so that this integrated rehabilitation system is effective. And then we say that people are not enoughly paid. If the doctors are paid satisfactorily, and then they are willing to work for this concept, but the system is not yet established, particularly in the community-based healthcare systems. So you are based in the Philippines, but you lived in Australia. So in the Philippines and Australia, if the doctors are not paid enough, is there any case that doctors are not paid enough for their work?
You have to ask the doctors. I think there's such different health systems, the Philippines and Australia. The Philippines is a highly privatized system, very similar to the US. Whereas Australia has this sort of hybrid model of public and private, and a much more sort of tax-based model. So that, but I think when I talk about financing, I was talking also more about how services are financed, and how that orientates where and how services can connect with each other, whether they're financed through the social welfare sector, for example, versus the health system. Rehabilitation is relevant across sectors, which means that there can be revenue and financing from different sectors, but that sometimes means that the services coming from those sectors are fragmented and not connected, whereas people are organically moving between all of them. It's a real challenge.
감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. So it is because countries which have different systems from us, maybe in Hong Kong, the foundational system is the model from the UK, I guess, and I think it is quite similar with the Australia. So the welfare system is the one covering that. I hope that also Korea, along with the Ministry of Health and Welfare, learn a lot from these countries so we can really prepare for the super-aged society. So with 4 experts in this panel, so it seems that we are already past 4 o'clock. So finally, as a final question, probably I'd like to ask each discussant to tell us one key word for this session in order to conclude the session. Yes, Professor Christopher, yes? Could you, out of this forum, what is the one key single word you'd like to really emphasize?
So one concrete action in policy, research or practice, I think that I suppose I've spoken about better utilisation of existing capacity, and that has got to be through better understanding of the patient's needs, a shared understanding across transitions, and that obviously relies on greater communication. And the aim of that is not just in the post-acute setting, it's in the setting of chronic disease and gradual functional decline, where those rehabilitation principles have to be front and center.
예, 감사합니다. 조디 앤 밀슨 one word.
One word?
Yeah.
I would say integration. Can I explain?
Yeah, okay. No.
I'm not allowed to explain?
Enough. 예, 아이리스 찬 선생님.
Personalized.
아, 예. Customized.
Personalized.
Yeah. Person-centered. Yes.
회복 기절은 초고령 사회의 가장 큰 소망입니다. Convalescent rehabilitation is the hope of the super-aged societies.
예. 오늘 주제를 다 하나씩 말씀해 주셨는데 그 제목입니다. 제목.
So the theme is actually communication, integration. Everyone talk about the keyword. So we actually get past the allocated time. So please, I will hand over the microphone to the moderator. Thank you for your contribution, all the panelists. So for the closing session, I ask you to go back to your seats.
Thank you all, our panelists, for your insightful discussion. We truly appreciate your time and contribution. 네, 이것으로 2025 WHO.
So on that note, we will conclude the 2025 WHO Collaboration International Forum. Throughout today, when we are faced with the super-aging society, we talk about the new paradigm and future direction of the rehabilitation. We talk about the academic insight and the policy alternatives. Thank you for gracing this forum with your presentation and grace. Thank you for staying with us until this moment. And I hope that everything that has been discussed today can be reflected in the policy and the clinical setting so that the patients, family, and society will experience quality of life. And hope that this forum will serve as a consolidation for international collaboration and solidarity. Last but not least, we will now conduct the satisfaction survey for the better improvement of the program next year. We will now pop up QR code. Please scan it. And so here is the QR code. Your valuable insight will be a great input for better forum in the future. Thank you for staying with us for a long time. I wish good luck and happiness. Thank you.